Romanian Eagle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Intervention in Hungary. 2. When Bricianu telegraphed back to Romania the terms of the negotiated intervention in Hungary, Edel was negotiating with Admiral Precian about fighting Hungary. For the disarmament plan discussed before, it can only be temporarily put on hold. And Precian also has no opinion on this, who made the Hungarians suddenly unable to think about it. How do you want to fight this time? In response to Edel's question, Precian pointed to the map and said, "Your Majesty, we plan to split our troops and fight together in this battle, to force the enemy to leave the city for a decisive battle." His Excellency the Admiral went on to explain, the staff has studied the organizational methods of the Soviet Union and the Hungarian Communist Party during this period of time, and found that there is no difference between the two. In the Russian Civil War, the mobilization ability of Soviet Russia was very good. So in order to combat its mobilization ability, priority to win the surrounding cities, cut off the connection between the regime and the people has become the focus. Edel listened to the words of Admiral Precian and said with interest, "Anything else? There are some other considerations. Talk about it." Precian continued, "In addition to using more troops, this combat method is more stable. Moreover, in this battle, our two allies dispatched too few troops, mainly relying on ourselves. Therefore, risk reduction is also one of the considerations." Hearing Precian euphemistically talking about the two allies, Edel knew that it was a polite thing to say. In fact, these two allies could be described as soy sauce. For this intervention, the Romanian military contacted the two countries early on, and the two countries agreed to the intervention. However, after discussing the specific number of troops to send, they all cried out in pain. Serbia said that it needs to calm people's hearts, maintain local stability, and needs to watch over Austria. So we can only send 20,000 troops. The Czech Republic also sent 10,000 troops on the grounds that it was only independent and did not have many troops, and also needed to be vigilant against the behemoth Germany beside him. The two goods sent a total of 30,000 troops. Is this an intention to intervene in Hungary or to strengthen border patrols? You must know that the Hungarian government, which is currently in power by the Communist Party, has already had 130,000 troops through agitation. And the staff has done research. If they launch a general mobilization, they can recruit between 300,000 and 500,000 troops. Therefore, in order to minimize its mobilization ability, this time the general staff will mobilize 180,000 troops. Divide them into 3 groups and occupy each place first, and then gather near Budapest for a decisive battle. Considering that the Hungarian Communist Party use the same policy as Soviet Russia, the quality and ability of the senior officers of the army are relatively low, and the lower level soldiers and officers should have high morale. It is very likely that they will only use relatively simple tactics, so the Romanian army will have a high configuration of artillery and machine guns this time. Give these Hungarians a metal storm to cool off their frenzy. Your Majesty, this time we mainly mobilize the divisions before the number 25, plus a few divisions in their early 40s that performed well, coupled with enough technical weapons. This is definitely not something these Hungarians can resist. And we also 5 divisions are prepared in Bekes-Csóbor and Old Bari, east of the Tisza River, ready to respond to emergencies. Admiral Precian described the plan of the general staff in detail in front of Edel. Edel listened and nodded again and again. It seems that the general staff has done a good job and has taken all aspects into consideration. He had nothing else to ask about in terms of troops, and Edel asked another question. So who are you going to lead this time? We are going to let tick. A knock on the door interrupted Precian's conversation. Edel and the chief of staff looked at each other, and both saw doubts in each other's eyes. In the end, His Excellency the Admiral said, "It may be something important." Come in. As Edel shouted loudly, a blushing guard walked in with a telegram. Without waiting for Edel to ask, he said the reason for the knock. "This is an emergency telegram from the Prime Minister from Paris. I felt a little urgent, so I knocked on the door." Edel took the telegram, waved to him and said, "It's okay, don't be so restrained." "Well, I have received the telegram. You go out first. Point. After sending off the guards, Edel tore off the seal and quickly browsed at a glance. Point. This telegram is the result of negotiations between the Prime Minister and the Entente. In addition, the telegram also explained the changes in the attitude of the Entente countries during the negotiation, and the Prime Minister also explained, in a word, that is, the United States, Britain and France are currently maintaining a high degree of vigilance against Romania and any possible pursuit of interests in the Balkans and Central Europe. Point. It seems that he still has a long way to go to make Romania break through that boundary and become a great power. The Prime Minister and the allies have negotiated, and this is the result. Point. After reading the telegram, Edel looked at Pilishin with a curious expression and handed him the telegram in his hand. Point. Great, I'll see what the Prime Minister has to say. Point. Prezhan said, and took the telegram, looking up. As time went on, the look on Prezhan's face also became ugly, and finally he slapped the telegram on the table and said angrily, "This is simply too much deception. They don't want us to live." It's great. Point. Seeing Plishin's anger, Edel instead persuaded, "Okay, Plishin. The outcome of this negotiation is not bad. At least we have settled in the east of the Tisza River, and the Galicia region is safe. Also an attempt to cut off Poland's finger pointing." Point. Edel's words moved Plishin's heart, and he couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, you mean?" Thinking that it was impossible to hide it from him for too long, Edel also opened his mind. "Yes, you are right. I do plan to merge the Galicia region into Romania, and we still occupy Ode, the Savinvinitsa region. I have the same idea." Point. Hearing Edel open up about his plans, Prezhan said with a little surprise, "If those Ukrainians know about this, they will be desperate for us. Are you afraid at such a time?" How could Plishin be cowardly? Of course not afraid. These Ukrainians have taught them a lesson. If we come again, we can go to Kiev. The main reason is that these Ukrainians will not fight with us, and they will provoke the local people to fight against us softly, which requires a lot of energy. Point. Regarding Prezhan's concerns, Edel said with a smile, "They have no chance. Denikin has already taken the Russian army to Moscow, and whether Soviet Russia or Denikin wins, they will fight Ukraine's idea. They are these Ukrainian enemies, and as long as we don't move, these Ukrainians won't be asking for trouble." Point. After briefly explaining the situation in Ukraine and Russia, Edel continued, "So we need to take advantage of this empty window to finish the Hungarian affairs. Otherwise, in the turbulent situation in Ukraine, if there is not enough strength, no one cares what we say." Point. After understanding the king's plan, Prezhan said excitedly, "Okay, Your Majesty, I will speed up the mobilization of the troops, so that we will not miss the chaos in Ukraine." Point. Don't let the materials and ministry preparations be incomplete just because you are in a hurry. This is not very good. Point. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have been in the army for many years, and I won't make such a low-level mistake. Point. It seems that for anyone to expand their territory, it is an irresistible temptation. Point. As expected, the Chief of General Staff did what he said, and immediately after returning to the General Staff, the troops that were dispatched were accelerated. Moreover, General Salamik, who was on the front line in Hungary, was given priority to prepare supplies. Military operations can begin only after the troops are assembled. Point. The news of Romania's large-scale deployment of troops could not be concealed from anyone. The Hungarian Soviet government also knew the news and immediately thought of a solution. Chapter 402 Intervention in Hungary. 3. In Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the atmosphere of revolution is unusually strong. There were people singing the Internationale everywhere in the walk, and people in every square were also preaching revolutionary ideas. Hungarians in Budapest believe that the days ahead will be better and better, because the newly formed Soviet government announced an 8-hour day for workers and equal pay for men and women, and announced the nationalization of banks, mines, large industrial enterprises, means of transport and large estates. Enterprises and factories with more than 20 employees are all nationalized. Point. In addition, the Hungarian Soviet government promulgated a decree that foreign trade should be exclusively owned by the state, and also established the Supreme Council of National Economy to manage the national economic work. Correspondingly, local committees of the national economy have been established in the industrial centers. At the same time, the land nationalization decree was passed, and the land of the landlords with an area of more than 100 holts was nationalized and turned into state farms. The series of measures of the new Hungarian government is honestly much better than before, but the world is not divided by good and bad. Therefore, when the enthusiasm for work broke out in the new government, the news that the surrounding countries were gathering forces to prepare to invade Hungary also arrived on the desks of the high-level government. Belakun, who is currently the chairman of the People's Committee of the new Hungarian regime, immediately convened a meeting of various committees to discuss the meeting of the armed intervention of the surrounding countries at the beginning of the parliament. Belakun took out a telegram and said to the People's Commissars present, "Comrades, this is a telegram sent by our comrades working on the secret front. The three countries around us, the Czech Republic, Serbia, and Romania, instigated by the imperial powers, they want to send troops to intervene in our choices and put out the fire of revolution. Comrades, can we accept it? No. Absolutely not." Belakun's agitation and propaganda did a good job, and the other 12 People's Commissars and 15 People's Deputy Commissars who were present were unanimously opposed to foreign intervention. Although we don't know how many of them are sincere, we can still make concerted efforts from the momentum. And this is exactly what Belakun wanted. He knew that the establishment of the Hungarian Communist Party was too short, and it took less than 5 months to complete the calculation. The number of Communist Party members has grown from 17 who brought them back to China to 460,000 now. The bad result of the rapid and explosive development is that many members who join do not even know who Marx is, and how many of them are speculators for the benefit. Even he does not know. Unlike the original time and space, this time the Hungarian Communist Party did not form a coalition government with the Social Democratic Party, but formed a Soviet regime alone. It just absorbed some high-profile figures to join the government to ensure the authority of the new government. But even so, Belakun is full of worries within the Communist Party. For this reason, he specially sent a telegram to Comrade Lenin, who was far away in Russia, to ask, and His Excellency the teacher, who was also troubled by this question, called him back. Comrade Belakun, this issue is actually bothering us, but I have a preliminary idea about this. We can appease these unstable elements for observation first, and wait until the situation is clear. But there needs to be a hold on these people in order to prevent them from doing things that are not good for the organization. And Lenin's thoughts on Soviet Russia inspired Belakun to do the same. However, at present, it is necessary to first identify whether there are such unsettled element in the high-level government. At the meeting, after Belakun finished her opening remarks, Vantash, who also returned from Soviet Russia as a foreign commissioner, immediately said, "Chairman Kun is right. Imperialism agitates 3 puppet regimes. The attempt to kill our revolution will not succeed. We must mobilize the masses and let these imperialists know the fighting spirit of the Hungarian people. That's right. We have to let these imperialist bastards know how powerful they are. No one can force the revolutionary masses in Hungary. Wantash's words attracted the loud approval of the committee members present. These passionate communists are full of dissatisfaction with the foreign powers, but at this time, a voice that seemed not so harmonious came out. "I think it's okay to talk to the neighbors. After all, war is not good for us." When everyone heard this discordant voice, they searched for the reputation and saw that this was the former socialist, now serving as a member of the education committee, Hiriko. Hiriko, who was stared at by everyone, explained, "After all, we have been fighting for 4 years, and the domestic economy has been overwhelmed." For Hiriko's remarks, the meeting immediately attracted a counterattack. "You are capitulationists, and the people inspired by revolutionary sentiment will not be afraid of these imperialist lackeys." Commissioner Hiriko, do you know what you are talking about? I think it is Mr. Hiriko himself who is afraid. Hiriko couldn't continue to speak at all because of the gossip, especially the contempt in everyone's eyes, that made him feel ashamed. At this time, Belakun said, "Hiriko is just expressing his opinion." "You don't have to react like this." Then he asked about Hiriko. "Are you still sticking to your point of view Hiroko, who had been educated by everyone for a long time, shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he had given up. At this time, the Internal Affairs Commissar, Seidler, who also returned from Soviet Russia, said, "Since everyone agrees to fight against the bastards of these imperial powers, then we will fully mobilize the revolutionary masses to join the People's Army to defend the Soviet regime. Make your own contribution." Seidler's words made the present members nod again and again, and at this time Belakun said to a member on the right, "Commissioner Landral, the work of the government calling on the people can be done by us, and leading them the job of defeating the enemy needs you." Sitting third on the right, and one of the few members of the People's Committee who knew military affairs, Landral immediately stood up and said, "Please rest assured, Chairman and members, I will not let the enemy's attempt come true, and the People's Army has the ability to protect Soviet power." After making the reassurance, Landral then talked about the difficulties. However, there is currently a lack of weapons in the People's Army, and there are also some shortages of ammunition materials. I wonder if the government can think of a solution. In the face of the difficulties mentioned by Landral, the Interior Commissar Seidler said, "This is not a problem. We will let the comrades in the arsenal work overtime to produce weapons to defend themselves. In addition, we can also order the collection of civilians living in the civilian population, weapons and ammunition, and in terms of materials, we can also give priority to ensuring the use of the army." For the assurance given by Seidler, Landral was less worried by more than half. However, there are still some small problems, and he feels that he still needs to say it first. At present, there are some shortage of officers in the People's Army, and we need to think of ways to do this. Moreover, this time the revolutionary masses were recruited to join the army. Some of them don't even know how to use weapons. Shouldn't they be trained separately first? Facing the new difficulties mentioned by Landral, Belakun said, "There are not enough officers. You can let the soldiers who perform well on weekdays be promoted first. As for the problem of many people not using weapons, I think this is also simple. You can take advantage of this time to rush into training them, and they will be ready when they go to the battlefield. It is too time consuming to train alone, and war may come at any time, so we can't be too slow. If you do this, the casualties of the troops will be very large." Landral's words made Ventouch a little dissatisfied, and he rebuked him. "The revolution will inevitably involve bloodshed, and our experience in Russia has already taught this truth. Now it is the Soviets who face the dog-legged military intervention of the imperial powers. At the juncture of life and death, we don't have enough time to ask for this and that, and we can only mobilize the people and the enemy to fight bloody battles. Only in this way can we lead the Hungarian people to live a happy life." Feeling that Ventouch's words were a little heavy, Belakun comforted Landral. "Committee Ventouch's words are a bit heavy, but it's just out of love for Hungary. According to our experience in Soviet Russia, many revolutionary masses will soon become qualified fighters after being trained on the battlefield. So there is some truth to what Commissioner Ventouch said." For the optimism of the people present, Landral, who knew the military well, disagreed a little, and it was totally inappropriate to put the experience of the Russian Civil War here. There is absolutely no comparison between what army the Soviet Union is facing and what army Hungary is going to face. The two Russian armies are both born out of the Russian army, so there is not much difference between them, and the characteristics of the Russian nation and the structure of the army also allow its people to quickly adapt. And Hungary is born with a gap with its neighbors. If you rely on Russia's experience, the two are completely incomparable. However, Landral couldn't continue to say these words. Let's see who opposes him. These are basically the veterans of the Communist Party who returned from Soviet Russia. If you oppose it again, it is estimated that you will not have good fruit to eat. With Landral's silence, the meeting quickly reached a resolution. Recruit material and equipment, and let the revolutionary masses join the army to defend the Soviet power. Subsequently, the government successively issued bills to recruit the army and collect national supplies. In just 10 days, the Hungarian government recruited 100,000 people, and the weapons and equipment that were scattered among the people were also collected by it. However, the war will not follow the steps of the Hungarian government. when they had just recruited 100,000 people, the Romanian army that had been prepared crossed the Tisza River. War broke out. Chapter 403 Intervention in Hungary. 4. Romanian Eagles on the banks of the Tisza. There was a lot of noise, and a large number of Romanian soldiers were crossing a pontoon bridge built by sappers. In Szeged, Szolnok, and Eger, the Romanian three-way army crossed the Tisza River respectively, and swept towards Budapest, the capital of Hungary, with the momentum of the top of Mount Point. Among these three armies, the right armies, led by Lieutenant General Ankada, commander of the 1st Guard Division, planned to capture the cities of Szeged, Kek schemed, Szexed and overthrow the Soviets in southern Hungary regime. The main army in the middle, led by Admiral Salomik himself, slowly approached Budapest after capturing Szolnok, making it unable to disintegrate the offensive from the north and south. The northern army, led by Lieutenant General Mandiv, commander of the 3rd Division, captured the northern cities of Eger, Miskolc, and Sorga-Toruń, then joined the army in the middle, wait for the army in the south, and prepare to encircle Budapest. These three armies are equipped with enough radio stations to facilitate the contact of various ministries at any time. And in order to prevent the group charge that has appeared in the Russian Civil War, machine guns have been equipped to the company platoon level, giving Romanian soldiers enough firepower to block the enemy's sea tactics in the face of Romania's three-way army. Szeged and Szolnok, the two cities close to the Tisza River, immediately felt enormous pressure. The Romanians are here. In Szolnok, the closest city to Budapest by the Tisza River. The news of Romania's attack made many people panic. What these abominable imperial bastards have done east of the Tisza River has spread through the city through refugee Hungarians. They drove out the local Hungarians and drove away all these innocent people, and they were only allowed to carry their belongings, which is really pitiful. Therefore, when they learned that the Romanian army was attacking, a large number of people took their belongings and salutes from their homes, and took carriages and other vehicles to escape. And the people who couldn't get on the transportation, and along the road to Budapest and Sykes White Castle, which are farther from the Romanians, planned to hide west of the Danube to avoid the limelight. So in the direction of going out of the city west from Szolnok, the crowded people are moving slowly. Only a few ignorant children looked around their families, and they felt that the unfamiliar things in front of them were so strange. Around them, many Hungarian People's Army soldiers were maintaining order. There are also large recruitment banners hanging beside the road with the slogan of protecting the family and the country. From time to time, people disregard the opposition of their family members from the refugee team, come to the recruitment office under the banner, and become a recruit who is about to go to the battlefield. Everything seems so helpless, but this is a personal choice. Some people want to avoid peace, and some people go to the battlefield to fight. On the side of Szolnok near Romania, a large number of Hungarian soldiers hid in fortifications such as trenches, waiting for the Romanian army to attack. It can be seen from the nervous expressions that they hold their weapons tightly and keep looking around. Many of these people have experience in the battlefield. Judging from their age, they are all under the age of 18 and over 35. These people are generally not accepted by the military, and now they are forced to take up arms and fight to defend their homeland. I'm coming. The Hungarian soldiers who were anxiously waited and tortured. After waiting for an unknown time, someone suddenly noticed a Romanian army in dark green military uniforms in the distance. The mood of the soldiers became more tense, but at this time the leading officer appeared in front of everyone. I saw these officers say to them loudly, "Don't be afraid, the enemy is nothing to fear, and you will die if you are shot. Hold the weapon in your hand. As long as you remember the essentials of shooting, you will definitely defeat the enemy's attack." The officers repeated these words of comfort in the trenches. In essence, these Hungarian officers who were promoted by the line of fire for less than a month were just soldiers and ordinary people before. Moreover, this defensive combat mission is their first battle, and the result can only be left to fate. However, the superior commander is still a real officer, so he knows what the soldiers need most at present. These officers took the words given to them by their superiors and repeatedly appeased the soldiers on the position, and it seemed that the effect was not bad. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the artillery fire of the attacking Romania fell one after another on the trench and its surroundings. In the face of the ferocious shelling, this again caused a commotion among the Hungarian soldiers in the position point. Get down, all get down to avoid the shells. Conscientious officers, bent over the choking smoke and shrapnel that would have killed them, shouted orders to the soldiers in the trenches. For some soldiers who were frightened and overwhelmed, they just kicked them down in the trenches. Although they knew it was wrong, it could at least save the lives of these soldiers. Hungarian soldiers evading artillery shells in a variety of poses not only had to endure the shells they might have been hit. The screams of the soldiers after being injured were heard around the trenches, and from time to time, the unlucky ones were bombed and flew to the side with their broken hands and feet, which made them pale with fright. It seems that for the cruelty of the battlefield, these people who have been instigated to go to the battlefield are not yet mentally prepared. The incoming artillery shells always run out, and when the Romanian army stopped the artillery, the Hungarian soldiers who were suffering felt that they had finally come back from hell. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the officer had an anxious look on his face and hurriedly shouted to them, get up quickly. The enemy is about to attack. The soldiers looked up and looked out of the position. The situation outside shocked them. The Romanians had already felt that they were only 400 or 500 meters away. Remember to teach you the essentials of shooting and prepare for battle. The officer's words came from their ears, causing the soldiers to pick up their weapons and aim at the enemy who appeared in front of them. When the Romanians were only 300 or 400 meters away, the officers immediately ordered loudly, right now, fire. Clap 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 it. The sound of the officer's order, many soldiers fighting for the first time pulled the trigger. The continuous burst of gunfire caused the attacking Romanian soldiers to lie on the ground immediately. This made many soldiers who fought for the first time shouted, I hit it. At this time, he is often reprimanded by officers behind him. Happy, this is just the enemy's response. Continuing fire can't give the enemy a chance. Sure enough, the fallen Romanian soldiers were still crawling forward, and this time the result was not satisfactory. Clap 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 clap. With excellent training and good shooting skills, a counterattack from Romania also came to them. Many Hungarian soldiers fell silently into the trenches during the enemy's counterattack, and the comrades around them can't be too scrupulous at all, and can only continue to exchange fire with the enemy. The combat performance of the soldiers of the two sides on the front line was brought to the eyes of their respective commanders. Unlike the Hungarian commander's eagerness to jump, Major General Fochter, the commander of the 7th Division in charge of the battle, looked at the Hungarians' messy counterattack and said to Admiral Salamik, who was also observing the battle, this time the enemy's fighting ability is very poor, but the morale is much higher than before. The admiral, who went to the front line to check the enemy's situation in person, put down the telescope in his hand and replied, you are right, these enemies are indeed very tenacious. If they are given enough time to train, they will be our strong enemies. But will Salamik give the enemy time? I saw him say to Major General Fochter, we have observed the state of the enemy. Maybe the training of the troops in other parts of Hungary is different from the enemy in front of us, but some of them are still the same. You are responsible for taking the next step. Get off Szolnok. Okay, Your Excellency. After watching General Salamik leave, Fochter ordered the staff around him, immediately order the troops to increase their firepower and concentrate their superior forces to break through the enemy's positions in one go. I want to spend the night in Szolnok tonight. As ordered. Master. The sound of Romanian artillery became more intense as Fochter gave orders, and the frontline troops, who were still tentatively attacking before, also became fierce. More importantly, a regiment-level unit appeared at the junction of the two defensive units, which was the inevitable result of probing the enemy's weakness, and a Hungarian battalion-level force defending the area changed its face when it saw a regiment of Romanian troops appearing in front of it. The battalion commander pulled the 16 or 17-year-old messenger and gave a hurried order. The telephone line was broken, and immediately asked the regiment commander for reinforcement. If the reinforcement arrived late, we will have to collect the corpses for us. After being released by the battalion commander, the juvenile messenger immediately rushed to the regiment headquarters, killing hundreds of people in the battalion. Seeing the messengers running away, the battalion commander picked up the phone next to him and said eagerly to his regiment commander, Captain, the enemy has already launched a fierce attack on my position and now needs reinforcement. Yes, please rest assured. People are here. Hope the reinforcement will come soon, or you may not see me point. After putting down the phone, the battalion commander took out his last cigarette and started smoking. As a veteran who has fought for many years, he still does not know the current danger. This time, the enemy has 4 or 5 times the superior force, and he has also trained elites, and has superior firepower. And he only has less than 400 people, most of them are recruits. And the only support weapon in the battalion, only 157 gun was beaten. This battle is tough. The Hungarian battalion commander took his last puff of cigarettes, and the girl he liked in the village flashed through his mind. He sighed and said to himself, Liana, this time I'll marry you, when I go back alive. The artillery fire, which was even stronger than before, descended on their positions. And the reinforcement sent by their regiment commander were completely unable to approach this position under the bombardment of these artillery fire. The remaining Hungarian soldiers were still standing on the positions that were bombarded by artillery fire, as if they had been plowed through the ground. However, the Romanian soldiers pouring in like the tide from all directions will not give them a chance to defend. After a short exchange of fire, brutal hand-to-hand combat was launched on this position. At this time, the weakness of the Hungarian soldiers' lack of training was magnified infinitely. Many soldiers fell into a pool of blood without even touching the corners of the enemy's clothes. And the few soldiers and officers who can compete with the enemy have to face the attack of many people. So this hand-to-hand battle was a complete disaster for the Hungarian soldiers. Hungarian officers and soldiers fell one after another on the position, and the position was gradually captured by the Romanian army, until there was only a small section of positions left. At this time the Hungarian officers and soldiers were almost killed, and the battalion commander was one of the surviving members. He was holding a bayonet rifle and confronting several Romanian soldiers. It can be seen from the corpses of several Romanian soldiers that fell around him, his level of hand-to-hand combat. The confrontation between the two sides without squinting also declared mutual jealousy. Out at this time, 2 screams affected the balance of the confrontation. Seeing the Romanian soldiers who were confronting him with a happy face, the battalion commander groaned. It seemed that all his comrades were killed in battle. At this time, a Romanian soldier observed the distraction of the enemy in front of him, and immediately took a big step forward, trying to solve this difficult opponent with a thrust. The battalion commander, when the enemy stepped aside with a bayonet rifle, and at the same time, he waved the butt of the gun and hit the enemy in the face. The attacking soldier immediately covered his face with his hands and let out a tragic cry of pain. The battalion commander raised his rifle to deal with the opponent, and at this time he felt a sharp pain in his waist. A sense of powerlessness rose in his heart, and the weapon in his hand fell on the battlefield. He turned his head slowly and found 2 bayonets stuck in his waist, and his blood flowed down the wound to the soles of his feet. At this time, the 2 bayonets stabbed in his waist were retracted, and he fell to the ground without support. His eyes gradually felt heavy and powerless. But at this time, the beloved girl Liana appeared in his eyes, and she looked at him with such a sweet and charming smile. Gradually entering the dying battalion commander, he also smiled, which was his sincere smile for his beloved girl. After the Romanian army seized this position, it immediately widened the gap to both sides. At this time, the Hungarian commander made a big mistake. After seeing the enemy's breakthrough, he ordered the troops to withdraw to the city, trying to use the terrain and houses in the city as fortifications to continue to resist the Romanian attack. This cannot be said to be a wrong decision, but he overestimated the quality of his army. As soon as the retreat order was issued, these Hungarian soldiers who had only entered the army for a short time immediately herded their sheep. Rather than saying they were retreating, they were fleeing. It was completely different, and the leading officer was dumbfounded, not knowing who to chase. The Romanian army behind them, of course, would not give the enemy a chance to regroup, and immediately chased after them. Seeing the enemy's pursuit, the Hungarian soldiers ran even more cheerfully. Along the way, all kinds of weapons were abandoned on the roadside, and even some military uniforms were abandoned on the road by the owner. Major General Fochter's request was fulfilled ahead of schedule. He lived in Solnik city in the evening and still had time to wander around the city. The army in the middle took Solnik quickly, and the army in the south was not slow, and took Szeged, also on the banks of the Tisza river, that night. Because the North Road army had no city by the river, it failed to make a breakthrough. However, they also swept the Hungarian army along the Tisza river, which could be considered to eliminate hidden dangers. When the Romanian army came out and showed strength, there was talk of them. Chapter 404, the merger of Romania and Hungary. The flag of the Republic of Hungary is still hoisted here in Kaposi Fort in southern Hungary. Kaposi Fort was one of the few territories of the Hungarian Republic that overthrew its rule in Budapest. As the Hungarian regime, the Republic government, which had only been in power for less than 5 months, was undoubtedly a failure. Looking at the Soviet government that was gradually sweeping the country, these Republicans could only look at their opponents with resentment and were supported by the people everywhere. The taste of it, only they themselves know. If there is no external intervention, then it is a matter of time before they are swept into the garbage heap of history. Fortunately, there are still many neighboring countries around Hungary, especially at this time. All countries are vigilant about the Communist Party. So when news came that the surrounding countries were planning to intervene in the Hungarian Revolution, the Republicans in Kaposberg seemed to have caught the last straw. And when the Romanian army of 200,000 crossed the Tisza river and took Szeged and Solnik one after another, the Republicans present cheered and ran to tell each other. At City Hall, senior Republican officials are also discussing the impact of the incident on them. However, unlike lower level officials who only cheered the intervention from the Allied powers, the senior government officials present were less optimistic. The Communist Party of Bela Kun and others is going to destroy Hungary. Look at the reaction of the surrounding countries. These thugs are the sinners of Hungary. A senior government official present at the scene rebuked the Hungarian communists in Budapest, and in his eyes we could see pleasure, hatred, and a trace of reluctance. OK Minez. The worst has happened to Hungary and we need to discuss how to fix it. Károly Mahé, the leader of the Independence Party in 1948 who presided over the meeting, had to interrupt the Minister of Education. That's too much of a rhetoric for Károly, who is currently president of the administration. Every day I hear worrying words about Hungary's future, as if saying something pessimistic is not enough to show my patriotism. But when asked what they could do, they could only falter, and couldn't even let out a fart. As Károly, who came from a noble family, and served as a member of parliament and president of the parliament, isn't this the kind of performance of the parliament? This has been the case for too long in parliament, but as a government institution it cannot be like parliament. Minez, who was interrupted by Károly, could only sit down obediently. Who made him have no solution. At this time, Kordomik, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, stood up and said, I think the most important thing for us at the moment is to be recognized by the Allied countries. As long as the Allied countries recognize us, then returning to Budapest will not be a problem. Kordomik's words were agreed with Károly. It is true that they have held diplomatic positions for generations, and it is indeed a family background, and they have pointed out the problems that are currently plaguing them. But at this time, someone jumped out and objected to get the approval of the Allied countries, but to sign the indemnity treaty. Look at what happened to Germany. We are not as good as Germany. I know that Romania alone will cede the territory east of the Tisza river. Such a treaty will be nailed to the rack of shame. This sentence made the venue immediately agitated. This is not true, is it? President Carroll, is this news true? Kordomik, you are in charge of diplomacy. Tell me about the conditions of the Entente. Many people present knew the news for the first time, and they were very emotional trying to get accurate information. Károly, who was presiding over the meeting, saw the lively venue like a vegetable market. He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He slammed the table and roared, okay, be quiet. Everyone who was taken aback by Károly's surprising move quieted down and looked at the frantic president. After calming down the anger in his heart, Károly said solemnly, I know your heart is unhappy, and I feel bad. But the innocent Hungarian people will not allow us to wait any longer. They are still suffering under the evil rule of the Communist Party. Yes, what Mars said just now is true. And not only the territories east of the Tisza river, but also the territories of Croatia and Slovenia will be lost. If we do not accept the demands of the Allied powers, they will continue to fight with us. All of you. It is someone who knows Hungary. If we continue to fight, in addition to causing more losses to the people, we may even lose our own country. This is not impossible. It is said that the Allied countries are still discussing a plan to divide the surrounding countries if we do not agree. The whole Hungarian plan. Caroli finally said that the plan to divide Hungary was actually not at all in the Entente. They only had a plan to support the new government. However, for those present, it is impossible for them to find the Entente giants far away in Paris to ask. Therefore, for the shocking news that Caroli broke out, only breathing could be heard in the venue, and they were all stunned by the news. After a long time, someone finally asked, "Is there no other way for us?" As for why he didn't ask if it was true, should he rush to Paris to ask the big three in person? And even if you ask, you can only get a denial. Who will tell the person being executed the secret plan? Faced with this sentence, Caroli could only sigh and say, "Accept the proposal of the Allied powers. This is our best way at present." Caroli's words filled the hearts of those present with sadness. When did the descendants of the Magyars suffer such hardships? As for the decision to resist the Allied powers, let's see that the neighboring countries have already expressed their attitudes with actions before it is the turn of the United States, Britain, France and other countries to take action. Besides, facing the Allied powers of half the world, what kind of resistance is the small Hungary? Just when everyone was saddened by this, a voice came from behind. "Maybe we have a solution." Everyone looked at the place where the sound was made, and it turned out that a clerk in charge of recording was speaking. Seeing that it was a clerk talking, Koldemik, the foreign minister, scolded, "What can you do? Don't make trouble." Koldemik's rebuke made the young clerk bow his head. At this time, Mines, the minister of education, helped the clerk. It's good to listen. Anyway, we have no other way. Maybe we can get inspiration from it. After speaking, Mines patted the clerk on the shoulder and asked, "What's your name?" "Hermans, Mr. Hermans. It doesn't matter if you say it wrong. Speak your mind boldly." After being encouraged, Mr. Hermans organized his thoughts and said, "At present we are worried about the division of Hungarian territory and the issue of future reparations. I think since we can't afford it, why don't we find a country to help me share the burden?" Woolen cloth. Herman's words aroused laughter, and many people joked, "Why should other countries help us share? You think that you are God and let others share it?" Seeing the laughing parliament room, Caroli also felt unreliable, but in order to maintain the order of the scene, he interrupted by tapping on the table. "Everything is quiet. Listen to this." Hermans finished. With Caroli's maintenance, the laughter in the conference room gradually subsided. The red-faced Hermans, who was laughed at by everyone, glanced at Caroli gratefully, and then he said his thoughts. "If we ask for it like this, no country will be willing to help us. What if we are the same country as them?" None of the people present were stupid, and they immediately understood what Caroli meant. At this time, Koldemik, who was in charge of foreign affairs, asked for confirmation. "You mean merging with another country?" "Yes," Hermans went on to explain. "It's like the merger of empires before." Hermans made everyone feel alive. This proposal is completely unreliable at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, there are many benefits. First, Hungary can be exempted from the punishment. Second, the Hungarians can use this time to restore the battered economy. Third, with enough population, Hungary can even fully dominate the new country in the future. Fourth, the more people think about it, the more they think this plan is feasible. However, there is a prerequisite for this plan. It must be a country that has the strength to accept them. As everyone looked around, Austria was definitely not good in the surrounding countries, and no one would agree to the continued existence of the shrinking Austro-Hungarian Empire. Serbia. This doesn't work either. They fought with the Austro-Hungarian Empire to trigger this war. If they merged with them, they would not be oppressed to death. Czech, Poland, both were only independent countries and did not have enough capacity to protect Hungary from punishment, and these two were also excluded. In the end, there is only one option left: Romania. It can inject vitality into Hungary economically, protect Hungary militarily, and the Romanian royal family is also a side branch of Germany. More importantly, Romania is a member of the Entente, which can minimize the penalties they suffer, which is simply the perfect choice point. When everyone talked about the candidates for merging the countries, everyone present thought it was a very good and reasonable proposal. At this time, someone raised their doubts, but the Romanians are currently driving our tribes east of the Tisza River, which has a great impact in the country. It is difficult for the public to accept this proposal point at this time. Korda mixed it up and explained, what's so unacceptable? As long as we propose a merger, the Hungarians have the right to recover their lost property in this expulsion. Then I believe that this small requests will be accepted by Romania. The people quoted by Korda nodded again and again, and the merged area made some reasonable suggestions, which would definitely be accepted. Besides, does this require Romania to spend a lot of money to appease the new region? Then the people present continued to discuss happily, discussing the new plan according to the power of Hungary during the Austro-Hungarian period. Among the people present, only 2 people did not participate in this discussion. One was Hermans, who made the suggestion. He, as a clerk, wanted to join a group of high-level discussions, which was too realistic. Although the proposal was made by him. The other is Admiral Horthy, who currently holds the military power of the Republican government. According to Horthy, who served as the last naval commander of Austria-Hungary, these people are a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. Where can they see the situation clearly? It's just that now he needs the coat of the Republic government to wrap himself around. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Euro-Hungarian Merger. Euro-Hungarian Reconciliation. Edel looked at the panting Deputy Foreign Minister Narol and asked in surprise. This is real. Narol, who has been Deputy Foreign Minister for many years, nodded and replied, it is true. This is a telegram from the Hungarian Republican government, and I trot all the way here. Saying that, Nerol placed the telegram in front of Edel. Regarding the Hungarian telegram, Nerol believes that this is a godsend opportunity and an excellent opportunity to expand Romania's territory to Central Europe in one fell swoop. Consider Romania's borders with Austria and the Czech Republic, which would bring huge economic and diplomatic benefits to Romania. And more importantly, Romania will become a regional power in one fell swoop from a small power in the Balkans. As long as the next development is good, it is not impossible to add a Romanian seat among the European powers. In his lifetime, seeing Romania turn from a Balkan country to a great power, Nerol felt that his life was worth it. His Excellency the Deputy Minister was imagining the bright future of Romania, while Eda was checking the conditions given by Hungary with a telegram. There are many conditions listed in this telegram, but Eda seems to be able to summarize only a few. First, political independence. The Republic of Hungary will be transformed into a kingdom, and will merge with Romania in the form of a kingdom, to form a new imperial government higher than the 2 kingdoms. The imperial government cannot issue decrees directly to the Hungarian region. It needs to be issued through the Kingdom of Hungary. Second, limited military independence. The 2 kingdoms will send troops to form a new imperial army, and the command of the imperial army will be led by the military department formed by the new empire. And that army will pay allegiance to the monarch. Its main defense is a border area, and the kingdom can form a defense army to guard the place. Third, judicial independence. Imperial acts require the approval of both kingdoms' councils to be implemented. Fourth, the communist monarchy. The kingdoms of Hungary and Romania will all pledge their allegiance to the same monarch. The monarch will be the Hohenzollern Sigmaringen family, which will be determined by existing royal acts in Europe. As for the small clauses, like returning the expelled Hungarians to their homeland and getting some compensation, Eda is too lazy to remember looking at the conditions given by Hungary. Eda smiled. He was laughing at these Hungarians over their own abilities. What is this about Romania? They also want to form a new Austro-Hungarian dual system government. They think that the Habsburg family is not enough. And the deputy minister Neril saw Edda's smile and asked with some misunderstanding, "Your Majesty, do you think the conditions given by the Hungarians are good?" Looking at Neril's cute expression, Edel said angrily, "It's really good. I'll give them a condition. As long as they agree, they can prepare for the merger immediately." Saying that, Edel picked up the pen and scribbled a few lines on the paper. "Take it and send it to the Hungarians. If they agree, they can merge. If they don't agree, forget it. This is the final clause." Neril took over Edel's condition, and he was stunned at first glance. Just a few words above, Hungary will be incorporated into the Kingdom of Romania in the form of a region, and the army will also be decided by the Romanian military after inspection. After the Hungarians can fight for their rights in the Kingdom Council in Bucharest. These few sentences rejected all the articles proposed by the Hungarians, which were intended to annex Hungary. It seems that His Majesty does not intend to accept Hungary's conditions. Neril, who felt a little pity, couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, don't think about it anymore. Don't think about it, just do as I say." Edda certainly could not accept the Hungarian conditions. Apart from Austria-Hungary, a country with a dual system, where else can one find it in this world? And even if it annexed Hungary, it would be a long-term burden for Romania. Moreover, the Hungarian national consciousness is too strong, and its own population has surpassed that of Romania. Maybe in the future, the Hungarians will stand on the heads of the Romanians instead of annexing Hungary. It is better to annex Bulgaria. Although the Bulgarian national independence is also strong, at least Bulgaria has a small population and will not threaten the status of the main Romanian nationality. Or Ukrainians. There are many people, but independence can be regarded as the few ethnic groups in Europe at present. And Edda had a point in his mind, that annexing Hungary would be too close to Germany in the future, and it was not worth it. Yes, Edda is also a strong supporter of geopolitics. Geopolitical blood was first proposed by Swedish political geographer Charon in his book on the nation. This was the year before Europe was at a dead end when the book was released. However, as a half-keyboard politician in the previous life, Edel would not be laughed at if he did not understand geopolitics. Of course, Mackind's Luquan theory and Duhikanquan theory will not be expressed one by one. And Edel is also in accordance with these theories, completing his own vision. In his view, the current risk of Romania's expansion into the Balkans and Central Europe is too great, and it is very likely to lead to the intervention of other countries. According to Romania's position in the junction of the Balkans and Eastern Europe, the vast Eastern European plain will be the source of Romania's growth. And the status of Ukraine needs to be given absolute attention, because it is the essence of the Eastern European Great Plains in this black land that can support countless people. There are also industrial raw materials such as coal, iron, manganese, nickel, titanium, mercury, graphite and other industrial raw materials needed by heavy industry. The only places in the world that can be compared with this region are the northeastern region of China and the Great Lakes region of the United States. These two countries are both world powers that rely on the region to develop rapidly. So Romania's way out can only be Ukraine, which is also determined by geopolitics. Even if there is Soviet Russia, the world's largest territory, it cannot shake Edel's determination. Looking at what happened to Ukraine in later generations by those people, Edda believes that it is better to let Romania run this area. Edel's order made Neril feel regretful. In his opinion, the addition of Hungary will increase the weight of Romania and make other powers worry about Romania's strength. But Edel thought it was puffiness, which would not really help Romania, but would drag down the kingdom. But no matter what Neril thought, it was Edel who made the final decision, so the king asked him to send it, and he could only send it. So, when the Romanian telegram was sent to the Republican government station in Kaposi Fort, it caused an uproar. They did not expect that the Romanians would be so disrespectful and only intend to annex Hungary without giving them the terms of their merger at all. In the face of Romania, which has no intention of merging at all, these Republican government personnel who were driven out of Budapest can only ask the allied countries to get the support of Britain, France and the United States so that they can obtain the power to continue to govern. Edda continued to pay attention to the current situation in Hungary. The three-way army was gradually approaching Budapest. It was reported that the Hungarian Communist Party planned to fight to the death. Edel certainly has to keep an eye on the dots. The proposal for the merger of Romania and Hungary was hastily ended. Chapter 406 The Decisive Battle of Marna. 1. Marna, 25 kilometers southeast of Budapest, is now occupied by the Romanian army. The Central Army led by General Salamic has been here for a day. On this day, the Romanian army did not rest, but built fortifications around Marna early. Yes, the Romanian army is ready to defend against a possible offensive from the Hungarian People's Army. The reason for them to do this is very simple, which is inseparable from the current situation of the war at present. The Romanian left-wing army, led by Lieutenant General Mandif, has just captured Soargătorean and is on its way to converge. And the army on the right has just finished gathering the army in Kecskemét and is preparing to approach the army in the middle. When the two armies were not nearby, how arrogant General Salamic needed to make the order to attack Budapest alone. Defense before the other two armies arrive is the most important thing. So in the case that the other two armies are not progressing as fast as him, it is not a big deal to pretend to be a grandson. On a small mound outside the small town of Marna, Admiral Salamic led the soldiers who were inspecting the fortifications there. At the busy construction site, refurbished soil was piled up on both sides of trenches that had just been dug. In the trenches that only reached the thighs, Romanian soldiers in short-sleeved shirts were digging hard with sweat. Their serious attitude did not even notice the presence of His Excellency the Admiral. Well done. Admiral Salamic was satisfied to see the scene where no one greeted him. He was not a pushy character. The 2nd Division commander, Major General Doles, who followed him, said with a smile after hearing the Admiral's praise, "This is all due to the soldiers. They know that only with enough fortifications can they get the best chance of survival on the battlefield." As for Major General Dole's words, General Salamic did not answer and patrolled all the way. During this inspection, the fortifications of the 2nd Division were well constructed. The trenches, traffic trenches, machine gun positions, artillery positions, observation posts, and command posts were all well built. Many officers and soldiers of the 2nd Fortification Division also made camouflage, and Admiral Salamic also observed it himself. At the end, the Admiral said to Major General Doles next to him, "This time your 2nd Division is at the forefront of the battle line. This is a test for you." In the face of the Admiral's words, Major General Doles replied, "Please rest assured, our 2nd Division will be able to complete this mission." In the heart of Major General Doles, there has always been a wish, that is, to carry forward in his own hands as the 2nd Division, that has been established for a long time in Romania. It's just that the sky didn't go as expected, and in the previous battles, the 2nd Division could not get a good mission every time. Even in combat, there is very little main attack, let alone defense. Basically, the enemy has no sign of launching the main attack from the position of the 2nd Division. This made Major General Doles feel very hurt. There is no fierce battle. Where does the outstanding military exploits come from? How does this make him progress? Far away is Ferit, who was outstanding during the Balkan Wars, and even more brilliant in this war. The most recent is Lieutenant General Ankada, who made a surprise attack on Diva to stir up the battle. These are all living examples, and it is unlikely that Major General Doles would not worry about the future. This time, I finally managed to get a task at the top, to defend the Hungarian People's Army. For Major General Doles, who thought the war was over, he was simply overjoyed, and of course he wanted to perform well in this battle. It's just that he still has some concerns about whether Hungary is willing to attack. So at the end of the tour, Major General Doles couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, will the Hungarians really attack this time?" Facing Major General Doles' question, Salamic spread his hands with a smile and said, "I don't know, but this is their last chance. If I change it, I can only gamble. This is our only chance to fight back." In Budapest, Landrol was also explaining his actions to the Interior Commissar Seidler and the Foreign Affairs Commissar Ventush. The enemy is approaching the Hungarian revolutionary capital, and Landrol, who is in charge of the military, of course wants to lead the troops to drive out these Romanian bastards immediately. It's just that when facing up to 180,000 well-equipped and well-trained Romanian troops, Landral must be well prepared. It's just that during his preparation, the enemy occupied large tracts of Hungarian territory one after another, and a large number of revolutionary soldiers and civilians were persecuted, which made the revolutionary members of Budapest unable to sit still. They all asked Landral why he hadn't attacked and let the doglegs of the imperial powers in Romania taste the power of the communists, and Landral has always responded to these doubts by saying that he is not ready, and this time, facing the visit of the main figures of the Revolutionary Committee, the Ventach and Seidler, Landral can only be truthful to each other, because he was afraid that, if he didn't speak, he would face the inquiry of Chairman Belikan. Next point, haven't we already recruited 230,000 revolutionary people into the army, and adding the previous 150,000 revolutionary army, we have nearly 400,000 troops. Are we still afraid of those Romanian bastards who are less than 200,000? The Interior Commissar Seidler complained somewhat incomprehensibly. Faced with Seidler's complaints, Landral felt a headache, and the commissioners only knew the number of people. Don't they know that more than half of the recruits have never even been shot, and among the half of the crowd who have, many of them were only used during national training, and fewer than 80,000 of them had participated in the army. In addition to the previous 150,000 troops, Hungary can really fight only these 220,000 troops, which does not occupy an absolute overwhelming number. Moreover, the equipment of the Hungarian People's Army is also much worse than that of Romania. Now he can only have one machine gun in one battalion and 36 artillery pieces in one division, all of which are first-class elites in the People's Army. It's just that these words can't be said to them. As long as they say it, the revolutionary spirit will definitely be able to defeat the imperialist armed forces, and the revolutionary spirit will soon be able to eat. But now Landral felt that the opportunity really came. The Romanian army did not know whether it was arrogant or wanted to lure itself to attack. Their more than 80,000 troops in the middle have arrived not far from Budapest, and the wings are too wide. If you send troops to block the flanks and eat the middle with all your strength, then the intervention of the Romanian army will end in failure. Even if it can't be eaten, repelling it will buy itself time to integrate the army. Thinking of this, Landral felt a little stunned. So in the presence of Seidler and Ventach he spoke out his plans. This time I plan to destroy the enemy's central army. He opened the Hungarian military map and explained to the two. At present, the enemy's two flanks are still in Sorgotoran and Kecskemét, both of which are at least nearly 100 kilometers away from Mona, where the enemy's middle road is located. So I plan to send troops to stop them along the way and delay their speed, and at the same time, I will personally lead the main force to fight the enemy in the middle. In the end, Landral said, I heard that the enemy commander, General Salamic, showed his prestige when he fought against Austria-Hungary, and in the occupied area, various persecutions were carried out against our Hungarian people. So destroying the Central Route Army led by him will boost the morale of our revolutionary people, and it will also show the prestige of our Hungarian Revolutionary Army. After Ventach and Seidler heard Landral's words, they applauded. For Landral, this plan suits their appetite. The revolutionary government is to show the difference. If it is still the same as the previous government, how can it show its advanced nature? Finally, Foreign Councillor Ventach said to Landral, I will report this plan to Chairman Belikan, and I believe he will like your plan as well. Thanks. And Interior Commissar Seidler asked, is there anything else we can help? I need more weapons and ammunition. This will be the surest guarantee of victory. In the face of Landral's rude words, Seidler thought for a while and replied, okay, I will personally sit in the arsenal and ask them to fully produce the weapons and ammunition you need. Landral's plan was quickly reported to Belikan, and sure enough, the leader of the Hungarian revolutionary government approved it without a second thought. Then the Hungarian People's Army began to divide its troops, and Landral sent part of the main force together with the newly recruited soldiers to snipe the Romanian flanks. The remaining 180,000 main army, with 60,000 newly recruited soldiers, quickly rushed towards Monal. In the small town of Monal, a battle that will decide the fate of Hungary is about to break out. Chapter 407, The Decisive Battle of Mana. 2. In the sky above the small town of Mana, the solemn breath seems to be transformed into substance, making people breathless. What made the atmosphere so solemn was of course the Hungarian People's Army led by Landral. In fact, when the Hungarian army was about to leave the city, General Salomik in Monal had already received the news. His Excellency the Admiral immediately ordered the troops building the fortifications to speed up, so after nearly a day and night of rush repairs, the fortifications built in Romania have begun to take shape. When Landelia led the People's Army to Mana, what appeared in front of him were large and small fortifications. The front is barbed wire, trenches, traffic trenches, etc., and there are firepower points, machine gun positions, and flank counter-attack trenches on the side. As for the artillery positions behind, observation balloons, etc., it is not enough to explain them one by one. So, when he saw the rolling Romanian fortifications, Landral took a deep breath. He knew that the Romanians had only arrived here for about 2 days, and he did not expect the construction to be completed so quickly. Although there are still some places where the excavated dirt is exposed, but this is no longer important for the defense. While Landral was observing the Romanian position, General Salomik was also in a well-positioned observation post, checking the performance of the Hungarian People's Army. Watching the Hungarian soldiers, under the command of their officers, began to build basic fortifications, and there were people beside them who organized singing to cheer them on. His Excellency the Admiral put down the telescope in his hand and said with a smile, "The morale is good, and the spirit is better than that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire." Yes, the Hungarian People's Army also has this evaluation in his eyes. Well equipped and well trained, in the opinion of Admiral Salomik, it is too far from this Hungarian army, and it is currently a good morale. The only thing that made him a little dreadful was the strength of the enemy's troops. The army of 240,000 people has achieved a 3-to-1 ratio with them in terms of strength. This is what makes him feel a little bit afraid. Yes, no matter what era, the side with absolute superiority in military strength takes the initiative. This is also the reason why Admiral Salomik led Landrel's People's Army out of Budapest. In the city defense operations, the Hungarian revolutionary government was able to block the Romanian front with its huge military advantage. Even if it can't be stopped, it will at least cost the Romanian army a lot. As for this intervention, Admiral Salomik did not want to lose too much, and he would not be able to explain it to the country. So luring the Hungarian army out became his only option. However, although there were too many Hungarian troops this time, Salomik was afraid, but he was not afraid at all. For this battle, Salomik prepared a lot of good things to entertain these Hungarians after a quiet night. The battle between the two sides is finally about to start. In the early morning, the Hungarian artillery behind the position opened the horn of the battle, and the intensive thunder sounded from the rear. This time, the artillery units brought by Landral are not many, but they are the essence of the remaining Austro-Hungarian army. And the Costa heavy artillery it is equipped with is also famous in Europe. As their opponents, the Romanian artillerymen were not vegetarians, and their 210 and 240 large caliber heavy artillery immediately responded strongly. You must know that in addition to the small number of 280 large caliber train guns, these 210 and 240 large caliber heavy artillery are the treasures of the Romanian Army's townhouse. These heavy artillery regiments that participated in the Balkan Wars and just ended World War I made the Bulgarians, Austro-Hungarians, and Germans taste their power. Not to mention training artillerymen with these heavy artillery for more than 10 years, that is almost all spent. Therefore, for the heavy artillery of the Hungarian People's Army, the Romanian heavy artillerymen are not afraid at all. The heavy artillery on both sides swung a fearless posture across the positions and kept firing violently towards the artillery positions of the observed opponents. In a heavy artillery position in Bulgaria, the soldiers were loading the heavy artillery in front of them with shells, and the officers kept urging, "Come on, get down on these Romanian bastards and let them know how powerful our revolutionary soldiers are." At this time, a low whistle came from far and near, and the officer who had served as an artillery officer for many years immediately changed his face. "Run, shell." After speaking, without waiting for the soldier to react, he immediately ran to the side with the strength of feeding. He remembered well that there was an anti-gun hole there. Although it can't stop a direct hit, it can at least avoid the impact of the artillery point. The soldier, who was shocked by the officer's roar, saw the officer's actions and immediately broke into a cold sweat. It's just that people can't outrun the cannonball. When they just ran 2 steps, a large caliber cannonball landed directly next to the gun position. Only a violent explosion sounded, and a Costa 210 caliber cannon on the gun position disintegrated directly. The soldiers who had not had time to escape on the gun emplacement disappeared immediately. These soldiers said goodbye to this world before they even had time to cry out. The scattered broken parts are like shrapnel, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding. As for the 2 huge metal wheels, one fell into the woods, knocking down several large bull-mouthed trees in an instant, and the other fell into the nearby farmland, plowing a deep trace of the soil in the field. The broken barrel is like a heavy hammer, hitting everything around it. In the face of a secondary metal storm caused by the shelling, the soldiers who fled in all directions failed to escape, and many fell to the ground silently. And the officer, who was the first to evade, was not able to run into the anti-gun hole. He was hit by a large piece of shrapnel in the leg at a distance of more than 10 meters from the anti-gun hole. The shrapnel, flying at high speed, was like a sharp cutting knife, cutting off his left calf from the leg. The blood that spewed out stained the soil under his feet red. The officer could only scream in agony while pinching the position of his broken leg to prevent himself from dying due to excessive bleeding. At the same time, I also prayed in my heart that the medical ambulance team would come quickly. Scenes like this are common during heavy artillery barrages from both sides. Now the comparison is the endurance of the heavy artillery on both sides. Whoever loses will lose control of the artillery fire on the battlefield. However, as the disadvantaged side of the number of artillery pieces, the Hungarian People's Army commander Landelia could not hold his breath. It can't go on like this. Our heavy artillery is completely on the disadvantaged side. If we really need to divide the outcome, our chances of winning are not high. After speaking to the political commissar beside him, Langdrel picked up the field phone and said, "I ordered to attack the enemy's position immediately." While the 2 sides were still shelling, the Hungarian People's Army launched a rare attack. Next, we need to see the performance of the Romanian army. Chapter 408, The Battle of Marna, Part 2. Fire. Fire quickly. A Romanian frontline officer was furious and gave the order to fire on his soldiers. Following the officer's order, the Romanian soldiers, who had already been furious, immediately shot vengeance bullets at the Hungarian soldiers who were charging at them. What the hell did the Hungarians do to make the Romanian officers on the front line so angry? In fact, it is nothing, just shelling the fighting area. It's just that the time of the shelling was when the first attack was about to be withdrawn, which caught the Romanian officers and soldiers by surprise. In essence, the sudden shelling of the Hungarian soldiers caused more casualties, but the Romanian officers and soldiers believed that they had been deceived. Yes, when fighting in Europe at the moment, even if everyone is fighting for their lives on the battlefield, there are still some unwritten rules that need to be followed. And it was clear that the Hungarians had broken the rules, making the Romanian soldiers extremely angry. The continuous sound of angry gunfire made the attacking Hungarian soldiers suffer. Faced with Dio's most accurate marksmanship, the Hungarian soldiers were like the blocked tide, unable to suppress the invisible line. From time to time there are daring Hungarian soldiers who want to try to cross this invisible line, and this just adds another innocent life to the battlefield. But there is a special case in everything. Just when the Hungarian soldiers were overwhelmed by the dense hail of bullets, a vigorous figure rushed out. I saw that the Hungarian soldier used the terrain to move quickly, dodging a lot of bullets that were intended to knock him down. And the performance of this soldier attracted the Hungarian soldiers, who were so crushed that they couldn't lift their heads, applauding again and again. Tamat. Rush over, let Romanians know how good we are. The actions of the soldier, known as Tamat, drew more attention from the position, and more shots were fired at him. At this time, Tamat was not simple. After feeling that he had received too much attention, he lowered his head and took a stride to hide in a crater that was still emitting gunpowder smoke. The airflow of bullets flying over his head also knocked the military cap on his head to the ground. This made Tamat, who was still sweating on his face after a strenuous exercise, feel a little scared for a while. Just now, He almost felt that he was about to be surrounded by the god of death. And Tamat's behavior boosted the morale of the Hungarian soldiers. At this time, the leading officer saw this as an opportunity and immediately encouraged loudly, "The enemy is nothing to fear, just rush with me." After he finished speaking, he immediately bent over and rushed towards the Romanian position. Seeing how brave the leading officers were, the Hungarian soldiers also followed immediately. The actions of these soldiers immediately caused a chain reaction. After seeing someone leading the charge, other commanders also made the same choice. So on the battlefield, there was a scene of Hungarian soldiers charging across the board. These soldiers were not afraid of the oncoming bullets and rushed towards the Romanian positions not far away. And Londelia, who was observing the situation on the battlefield from the rear, looked at the scene through the telescope and said excitedly, "This is the tactic I want. Play well." Then he ordered the staff around him, "Call the artillery unit immediately and ask them to block possible enemy reinforcement." Yes, after receiving the order of Landrel, the communication staff member replied and immediately rushed to give the commander-in-chief's order. After the communication staff left, Landrel continued to take up the spectacles to observe the battle on the front line. In Landrel's expectant eyes, the Hungarian troops who were attacking on the front endured huge casualties and finally rushed to the position. A fierce hand-to-hand battle began. Killer Hungarian soldier roared and jumped into the trench with a rifle loaded with a bayonet, as did other Hungarian soldiers who followed him. The Romanian soldiers defending the position, except for a few people who were lost in the initial raid, took up rifles with bayonets and fought fiercely with the Hungarian soldiers. A Hungarian soldier faced a Romanian soldier who looked at him, both armed with rifles on high alert. They looked at each other so seriously, for fear that, if they were not careful, they would bring endless regrets to themselves at this tense time. A single speck of dust could be the key to determining the fate of both parties. This kind of tense and dignified atmosphere, the nerves of the two soldiers who were being oppressed all the time, made them feel the sweat on their foreheads. At this moment, the sweat on the forehead of the Hungarian soldier rolled into the sockets of his eyes, causing him to blink his eyes inadvertently. Seeing the opportunity, the Romanian soldier stepped forward, handed the weapon forward, and at the same time, let out a roar. The Hungarian soldier, who had lost his chance, hurriedly used his rifle to block the attack. The Romanian soldier who saw the opportunity was picking with a rifle and lost his position to reveal the empty door. Then he was put on his lower abdomen and instantly made the Hungarian soldier sit on the ground. The severe pain in the lower abdomen made the Hungarian soldier's hand with the gun tremble slightly. At this time, the Romanian soldier would not pity the opponent. It sounds complicated, but in fact, the two of them decided the winner and loser in just a few seconds. The result is also obviously life and death, which is the cruelty of hand-to-hand combat. Hand-to-hand combat requires rigorous training and strong psychological qualities to survive this close quarters combat. And hand-to-hand combat scenes like this are all over the field. However, unlike the Hungarian fighting alone, the Romanian soldiers had a good cooperation. They rely on their teammates in 2s and 3s to fight with their opponents. Therefore, the Romanian soldiers on the position were not afraid of the Hungarian soldiers who were not much larger than themselves in the hand-to-hand combat. And the situation on the battlefield is indeed like this. The soldiers who fell in the hand-to-hand combat were overwhelmingly Hungarians. But seeing his comrades fall in a pool of blood, the training time was not as long as the Hungarian soldiers in Romania, and the fear in their hearts could no longer be suppressed, and they were driven out of the position. This attack, which Landria had high hopes for, was a complete failure. After seeing his soldiers being driven out of the position, Landelia angrily threw away his military cap, especially after seeing the casualty figures. He cursed, "Damn it, I can't take the position after losing so many people." The original battle cost the attacking Hungary nearly 20,000 people, but according to Landrel's observation, the Romanian army lost no more than 4,000 people this time. The 5-to-1 casualty ratio is really ugly. The Romanian side of this battle is also summing up, mainly because the frontline suppression weapons are not enough, so that the Hungarian group charge tactics have played a role. This is not to say that there are too few machine guns suppressed by the first line positions, but that there are too many losses. Under the desperate fire of the Hungarians, many machine guns did not play their due role point in response to this situation. Admiral Salamik's approach was also simple and rude, directly mobilizing a lot of machine guns from the second and third line positions to strengthen them to the first line positions. In this way, the first line positions can basically have 1.3 heavy machine guns and 4.1 light machine guns per 100 meters. Such ferocious firepower. If the Hungarian People's Army is also allowed to use the group charge, then the position commander needs to be transferred back to the military academy newly learned point. Sure enough, in the next few days, the Hungarians were completely suppressed and could not get close to the Romanian positions under the more violent bullets. Even if its artillery units did not care about Romania's counter-artillery fire, the bombardment of the frontline positions could not change in the slightest point. However, when Romania stubbornly resisted the impact of Hungarian soldiers, the loss of frontline support weapons such as machine guns attached to it was also very large. The number of light and heavy machine guns attached to it has dropped from 5.4 per 100 meters to 2.3. Especially the heavy machine guns that are inconvenient to move, are worn out very quickly. While the main force of the People's Army and the Central Route Army were fighting fiercely, the Romanian troops on the two flanks were not idle either. Jump over. Chapter 409. The biggest hand-to-hand battle in history. Come with me. After a heroic Romanian officer shouted to his soldiers on the battlefield, he immediately rushed to the position in front of him. Encouraged by the leading officers, the soldiers also burst into high morale and swooped on the enemy with a fearless spirit. The firepower on the position could not stop them at all, which directly led to the Romanian army entering the position, and a short but fierce hand-to-hand battle broke out. Lieutenant General Mandive, who was watching the battle from the rear, saw the troops entering the position, put down the telescope in his hand and complained, "This is the first time we have encountered obstacles. These Hungarians are endless." The 18th Division commander, Major General Modelk, who was also observing the battle situation, replied, "This is the 5th time we have blocked to 5 interceptions. It seems that these Hungarians are using their lives to delay our rendezvous with His Excellency the Admiral." Speaking of which, Major General Modelk said with some worry, "I don't know if the Middle Army led by the General will be in any danger." Looking at the concerns of his colleagues, Lieutenant General Mandive explained, "Didn't Admiral Salamik send us a telegram yesterday? The Central Route Army is not in danger yet, so let's not worry. I know this, but after all, the Hungarian army is 3 times that of the General, which will inevitably make people worry." Major General Modelk was worried that Lieutenant General Mandive didn't know what to say, and he was actually a little worried about it. At this moment, a messenger ran over to report, "The position has been taken by us, and the enemy has fled in all directions. Are we pursuing it so fast?" After the messenger's report was completed, Lieutenant General Mandive said with a smile. Major General Modelk said, "It seems that your division is very powerful." Where? After Major General Modelk smiled and said modestly, he said to the messenger, "We can pursue the pursuit. Let Brigadier Sols lead the team and drive the enemy out of the area where we are marching." It seems that Major General Modelk still knows what the most important task is at present. Just when the 2 division commanders were happy to break through the enemy's blocking, a communications staff officer ran over. "Report. I just got the news that the enemy's position was found 9 kilometers in front of us. It should be here to stop us. Matt, these Hungarians are really courting death. This time I want to make them look good. Wear my order and let the 3rd Division immediately set off to destroy this blocking position for me. I want to see if they have thick shields or me. Gun fast." Lieutenant General Mandive, who was disgusted by these Hungarians, slapped the table and decided to use his own troops to get rid of the entanglement of these Hungarians. You must know that in these 4 days, they have only walked 60 kilometers in total, only half of the distance, and it is impossible to continue like this. Therefore, Lieutenant General Mandive played the best card in his hand and let the 3rd Division, which had been recharged for a long time, open the way and quickly get rid of these disgusting Hungarian troops. Facts have proved that the 3rd Division is indeed the name of the 3 trump cards of Romania. Of course, in addition to the fact that the 3rd Division is really elite, it has a lot to do with the loss of the People's Army and the low morale of the People's Army many times before. Although they could delay Romania's march by segmented blocking, the impact of their defeat could not be eliminated in a short period of time. Not to mention, too many of these troops are recruits. Romania, on the other hand, learned from the bloody lessons of the battles in northern Moldavia that these recruited soldiers should not be allowed to participate in battles unless it is absolutely necessary, even in urban defense operations. Therefore, the revolutionary Hungarian People's Army was not wrongly defeated. Coincidentally, Lieutenant General Ankada on the southern front was also disgusted by the Hungarian army that is currently entangled in him. However, the difference from Lieutenant General Mandide is that he left a division of troops to entangle with these Hungarian troops, and he took the main force to quickly rush to Monol after getting rid of the Hungarian People's Army that entangled him. Both commanders, worried about the safety of Admiral Salamic's Central Army, responded in the same way. On the battlefield of Marna, the fighting between the two sides became even more brutal. Get ready for the bayonet. A Romanian officer looked at the soldiers of the People's Army who were about to rush in front of him and gave orders to his soldiers in a loud voice. The soldiers who heard the order silently took out the bayonet from their waists and put it on the deck. After firing the last bullet in the gun chamber, they waited for the soldiers of the People's Army who were already very close to come and die. As they wished, these soldiers quickly jumped into the trenches, preparing to fight again with the Romanian army defending here. Looking at the Hungarian soldiers rushing towards him, the leading officer took out his pistol and pointed it at them, firing all the bullets in one breath. Looking at a few Hungarian soldiers who were unwilling to fall, the officer took a deep breath. Then he picked up an engineer shovel beside him and rushed towards the Hungarian soldiers with a roar. Behind him, a group of Romanian soldiers, like the officers, charged with their weapons towards the Hungarian soldiers who appeared. Hungarian soldiers poured into positions like a tide on the battlefields of all fronts, and the defending Romanian soldiers were like rocks, preventing the spread of these Hungarian soldiers. At this time, the weapon advantages of both sides are useless, and the competition is courage in courage. There is no shortage of well-trained Romanian soldiers in this regard. The commanders of the two sides are also leaning towards themselves for the scale of victory and are constantly adding chips. Let the newly formed 5 divisions rush over immediately. Be quick. Seeing that his troops rushed to the position again, Landral ordered the staff around him. He completely ignored the Romanian artillery's blocking artillery fire between the two positions. In his mind, only by quickly breaking through the position in front of him could his plan not fail. Yes, Landral already knew that his plan to block the Romanian flanks had failed, but he was unwilling to use up a large number of troops, and the enemy retreated in vain after a large number of personnel and weapons. He wanted to play again. As long as you defeat the enemy's main mid laner, you still have a chance. So under his order, the soldiers who had just been recruited from the west bank of the Danube were thrown into the battle by him. That's right, the Hungarian People's Army has invested 310,000 troops on the Marna battlefield instead of 240,000. This shows the terrifying mobilization ability of the Hungarian Communist Party, which still only gave them a few months in power. If the time is longer, no one knows how much power they can explode. On the Romanian side, General Salamic is doing the same thing. Order the second and third line positions to deploy troops to reinforce the front line and immediately send reinforcement from the 24th Division. And many more. After giving the order to the communications staff, Admiral Salamic stopped him again. Admiral, what else is there to order? Facing the staff's inquiry, Salamic thought for a while and waved. That's it. After seeing the staff member leave, Salamic also let go of his somewhat moved heart. It turned out that the general still had a reserve team, which was the armored brigade led by Lieutenant Colonel Hoffman, but as a last resort, Salamic planned to wait, because he believed that the Romanian soldiers on the front line could withstand a Hungarian attack. When there was no one else, Salamic said something. Hey, I still underestimate these Hungarians. This is like a warning to myself, or a warning. In any case, it was the consequence of his underestimation of the Hungarians. And now it all depends on the outcome of the battle on the front line. Kill a Romanian soldier roared with a ferocious expression and stabbed a bayonet into the chest of a Hungarian soldier. The Hungarian soldier with fair skin and gentle appearance looked like a student, and he fell in a pool of blood with unwillingness on his face. His hands were still waving in the air, as if trying to grasp a lost life point. The Romanian soldier who had just dealt with his opponent just wanted to take out his bayonet to find his opponent again, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back and a sense of powerlessness. With the last of his strength, he looked back and found a young half-sized Hungarian soldier looking at him in horror, and what he was holding in his hand was the rifle that stabbed at him point as he turned 15. That was the last thought on the Romanian soldier's mind, and he fell in a pool of blood. At a distance of less than 20 centimeters from where he fell, the Hungarian soldier killed by him looked at him, as if to say that the two would continue to fight point. And on the battlefield, there are too many cases like this. Every soldier is fighting for his own survival point. With the arrival of reinforcement from both sides, a larger scale bloody slaughter unfolded on the ground point, the biggest hand-to-hand battle in the history of Hungary and Romania lasted until noon. In this hand-to-hand battle, Romania invested 41,000 troops, while the Hungarian People's Army invested 97,000. According to the inspection between the positions after the fact, 17,000 people fell here, so Hungary should have 80,000 troops. When they arrived at the position, the battle ended in a Romanian victory, but this victory cost the Romanian army 23,000 people. Most of them killed. The Hungarian army also lost up to 57,000 people this time, most of which have fallen on the battlefield. After the battle was over, the two sides were a little immobile point at this time. The troops on the two flanks of Romania were just showing their fangs. PS. Let me ask, in order to celebrate my recommendation after a year, a little recommendation without showing my face, should I add or not? Chapter 410 Defeat. When a large-scale hand-to-hand battle broke out in Mana, the Left Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Mandiv, had arrived in a small village called Vano, which was less than 15 kilometers away from Mana Point when Lieutenant General Mandiv got Monal to break out a large-scale fierce hand-to-hand battle. He immediately order to leave a brigade to protect heavy equipment such as artillery, and everyone else marches lightly. We speed up and rush to Monal Point. Yes, the messenger who received the order of Lieutenant General Mandiv immediately ran to give the order. Afterwards, the divisions of the Left Army gave up their heavy backpacks, carrying only ammunition and 2 days' rations, all of them lightly packed, and rushed to Monal. There are their comrades who are struggling to resist the Hungarian attack and need their help point. And when the Right Route Army got the news, their vanguard had arrived at a small town called Chars less than 13 kilometers away from Mana. However, it was Romania's only cavalry division that arrived here, and the main force of the Left Army led by Lieutenant General Lankada was still 10 kilometers away. Point the same as Lieutenant General Mandiv's choice. After he got the news, Lieutenant General Lankada also let the troops put down their burdens and go into battle lightly, and the artillery and the logistics force carrying these materials will catch up at their own speed. The cavalry division immediately rushed to Mana, threatening the supply line of the People's Army. Point in this way, both forces made the same choice. In their hearts, in addition to worrying about the attacked Central Route Army, fear of letting the People's Army go away is also one of the reasons. No one wants to fight an urban offensive and defensive battle with their opponents, which is simply an abyss that devours the lives of soldiers in the headquarters outside Mana City. Landrol was looking at the list of losses that he had just counted and hurt himself. At this time, a staff officer rushed in a hurry. He completely ignored other people's faces and said anxiously, "I just got the news that a large-scale enemy cavalry was found 5 kilometers behind us." The staff officer's words caused the list and Landrol's hand to fall to the ground. He stepped forward and grabbed the staff officer and asked, "The enemy is at that position. Please point it out to me." Then he took the staff officer in front of the combat map, and the staff officer who was stubbornly dragged him quickly pointed to a place marked Chergo and said, "This is where the enemy's cavalry was found." Landrol had an impression of the place Chergo, with a river passing by and a small hill beside it. So from Mana to Budapest, it is rare to have a good position that is conducive to defense. After thinking for a while, Landrol called a staff officer. "I immediately ordered the 17th, 19th, and 25th divisions to immediately expel the enemy cavalry troops that appeared in Chergo." After expelling the enemy cavalry, let them do a good job of protection along the way. Yes, sir. After receiving the order from Landral, the staff officer immediately rushed to convey the order today. It seemed that God was going to oppose Landral. When the staff officer passed by the door, a figure bumped into him. The two people who collided fell to the ground at the same time, and just as the staff officer who delivered the order was about to stand up, he found that the other side was faster than him, and he bounced with a swish. Just when he hadn't figured out why the man reacted so quickly, the man immediately ran to Landral quickly, and then a shocking news came into his ears. What are you talking about? The enemy's left army has arrived at Ploiesti, which is 6 kilometers away from us. I didn't know until the enemy came to us. What are they doing to eat? Landral was stunned by the news. This was not a cavalry with a small number of enemies, but a total of 50,000 or 60,000 people. With such a large-scale army appearing behind him, of course he knew the consequences. God seemed to make Landral feel hopeless, and at this moment another staff officer rushed in and brought him another bad news. About 40,000 enemy troops from the right route were found 10 kilometers away, and according to their direction of travel, it was very likely that the enemy cavalry was in the Chergo area. This news completely overwhelmed Landral's heart line of defense, making him feel powerless and hopeless. The enemy has formed a 3-sided encirclement, and he has just fought a wave of attrition with the enemy, which is the moment when morale is low, which makes him good. Not even God could save him in this situation. Seeing the dejected look of his commander, the several staff officers who brought the news, are you looking at me? I look at you, and no one knows what to do. Under the concerned eyes of several staff officers, Landral slowly recovered. He is the commander-in-chief of the People's Army, and there are still 200,000 People's Army waiting to bring him out of the predicament, so he cannot be knocked down. After seeing several staff officers in front of him, including the one who gave his orders, he said to them, wait outside for a while and let me think about it. After seeing that his commander-in-chief was alright, the staff members waited outside the door. After seeing the staff members leave, Landral felt a sense of powerlessness and dizziness. He immediately supported the stool next to him to slow himself down, and at the same time, he was thinking about countermeasures in his mind as he forcibly injured the dizziness. Now I'm facing 2 problems. The first one, the news of being surrounded by the enemy cannot be concealed at all, which will make the morale of the already demoralized army even more flustered, and I must boost their morale. The second is how to break through the siege of the enemy and return to Budapest. And there is an idea in Landral's heart. Budapest can't stop the enemy's footsteps. If he hadn't lost so many troops in a large-scale war with Romania at Marna, he would have the confidence to block the enemy's footsteps in Budapest. But now he can only lead these soldiers and find a way to escape the enemy's encirclement. As for boosting the morale of the soldiers, he currently has 1 or 2 preliminary ideas, which is to use the desire of the soldiers to go home and inspire them. As for breaking through the enemy's encirclement, this requires reconnaissance of the enemy's deployment. While Landral was looking for a way out for the Hungarian soldiers, General Salomik was also holding back his inner grief and was deploying against the Hungarian People's Army. The arrival of the 2-wing army finally made his worrying heart come true. Now he wants to vent the anguish in his heart, and there is nothing faster than hitting back the enemy who had beaten him before. He looked at the commanders sitting in front of him and said, I have already negotiated with Lieutenant General Mandif and Lieutenant General Ankada. The next step is to strengthen our encirclement and wait until their heavy weapons are in place. Just launch the general attack. But before that, in order to prevent the enemy from jumping over the wall, we need to make a coordinated attack with the 2 lieutenant generals. When they break through. When the enemy breaks through, the 5th Division of Major General Fergus, the 7th Division of Major General Falkto, the 19th Division of Major General Dotrad, and Lieutenant Colonel Hoffman's armored brigade will form the pursuit corps. Under the leadership of Major General Fergus, we will attack the enemy to contain their breakout operations. Then I will be in charge of the remaining troops and support them as a reserve force. Does everyone understand? Clear. After Admiral Salomik assigned the task, everyone got up, and then they needed to regroup, distribute weapons and ammunition, and prepare for the next battle. The 2nd Division commander, Major General Doles, was a little unwilling to leave, but thinking of the heavy casualties of his own division, he finally left without saying anything. When Romania was ready to let the Hungarian People's Army escape, the People's Army had also investigated the current situation as the target of the besieged. A staff officer is reporting the results of the investigation to Landral. Commander-in-Chief. According to what we have detected, at present, the enemy has 3 divisions in Chergo, and the enemy of Butch stopped at a place where they approached us 4 kilometers. They are currently building fortifications, and the enemy cavalry has already spread out. It should be responsible for monitoring our movements. In addition, the enemy of Mongol also has a large-scale gathering trend. In the staff account, the deployment of the Romanians had already appeared in Landrel's mind, mainly to defend various traffic arteries, and to send cavalry to monitor the vast other areas. This method is aimed at the People's Army, which has assembled a large army, because they know that they will not go anywhere else, but only through the main roads. In fact, this is indeed the case. At present, there are still 140,000 people in the People's Army. There is no way to pass through other places. At present, it seems that the enemy is strictly guarding his way back to Budapest. This is also the widest road. As the main passage from Budapest to Szolnok, it is a large road that can accommodate 4 trucks or 20 people abreast. Other roads are not so wide, but their defense forces are not so many. How should I choose? Landriel, who was thinking about it, couldn't make up his mind, but at this time, the staff officer said a word that made him immediately make up his mind. Our troops discovered a strange thing during the reconnaissance. What's up? No car marks were seen on the way the enemy came. No car marks were seen. They didn't see car marks. Landrel's brain turned rapidly, and there was no trace of the car, which meant that the Romanians were traveling lightly, and that he still had a chance to break through. Landrel, who wanted to understand, immediately issued an order. Order the 17th, 19th, 27th, and 34th Divisions to form the vanguard, and the goal is Chergo. After the 19th, 21st, and 26th Divisions are left behind, the others will march with me. We will act tonight. Seeing that his commander was in such a hurry, the staff officer couldn't help but ask, Commander-in-Chief, in such a hurry, in a good mood, Landrel said with a smile, it's so urgent, we can't leave time for the enemy. Or we won't be able to escape when the enemy is fully equipped. Yes, following Landriel's order, the People's Army left the defensive troops behind and rushed back overnight. They planned to attack Chergo tonight to break the siege. The large-scale action of the People's Army did not hide from Romania's eyes at all. After General Salomik of Mongol heard the Hungarians' movements, he immediately ordered the pursuit corps to set off immediately to hold back some of the enemy's forces. And the army led by Lieutenant General Mandov also rushed up immediately, trying to entangle the enemy. The troops headed by Lieutenant General Fergo Ankada were on guard. For a while, battle spread around Mongol. One side wants to go home, but the other side blocks its move, making the two contradictory armed forces fight hard. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, the troops led by Lieutenant General Ankada finally caught fire with the enemy. Break out their defenses, and let's go home. As soon as they went home, the soldiers of the People's Army regained their morale. Under the guidance of the family, these People's Army rushed to the Romanian soldiers one after another. The right-wing army that arrived here soon did not have time to build fortifications. They relied on the local terrain as a cover and kept firing on the Hungarian army that was charging towards them. The fierce firepower made the Hungarian army completely unable to rush, and at this time the few remaining artillery pieces of the People's Army were already in place towards the direction of the Romanian fire, regardless of firing their own shells, because the Commander-in-Chief Androl has ordered them to fire their shells tonight. So the Romanian soldiers, who had no cover at all, could only endure the shelling while firing on the charging enemy. The fierce battle continued, and Chergo did not stop here for a moment, and the two sides continued to invest in the battle for the place. But over time, the Romanian army found a serious problem, that is, they did not have enough ammunition. As they marched lightly, each of them only carried a small amount of ammunition, and when the battle was fierce, their ammunition was quickly consumed, and now there is not much ammunition. When the news that the ammunition was low was reported to Enkada, the willing lieutenant general was furious. Damn it, it's like this. However, Your Excellency, a lieutenant general can't change ammunition, he can only be anxious. In the face of their own lack of ammunition, Romanian soldiers could only use them sparingly, and this situation was soon discovered by Hungarian soldiers. They are running out of ammunition. If you want to go home, run with me. A People's Army officer said loudly that the enemy was running out of ammunition. This cheered the hearts of the suppressed Hungarian soldiers, each of whom saw hope of returning home. Immediately following in the footsteps of the officer, he rushed towards the Romanians. In the end, Lieutenant General Enkada's blocking failed, and a total of nearly 80,000 Hungarian troops broke through the block and fled to Budapest. General Salamik, who was so intent on annihilating the People's Army here, was utterly disappointed and could only sigh with admiration as he watched the People's Army break out of the encirclement. In this decisive battle of Marna, the Hungarian People's Army invested a total of 410,000 troops, but in the end only 130,000 people escaped. The main force was 80,000, and the remaining troops on the two flanks were about 50,000. The Romanian army invested a total of 180,000 people and suffered 5.2 casualties, which also greatly damaged the strength of the Romanian army. However, the victory was finally won. I believe that in the next time, the People's Army will no longer dare to have any unreasonable thoughts on the Romanian army. Although the battle was not perfect, it also met Romania's expectations and annihilated the main force of the People's Army. Then Budapest smells like an overripe apple that can only be picked by a human hand. Chapter 411. Capture Budapest. The news of the defeat of the People's Army spread all over Budapest overnight, which made many revolutionary masses panic. There are many smart people packing their bags and preparing to leave this city that is about to become a land of right and wrong. So from the early morning, a large number of Budapest residents began to flee. As the city of Budapest, the bridges connecting the two sides of the Danube River through the city are crowded with people fleeing. As the Margaret Bridge with the highest traffic rate and the heaviest burden on weekdays, it is even more crowded. Many people bring their families and hope to go to the west bank of the Danube through here, because there are no Romanians on the west bank. In the propaganda of the Hungarian government, the Romanians are all evil, and the Hungarians who were driven from the east of the Tisza River confirmed this statement. So in the hearts of the Hungarians, these Romanians are all baddest bastards. Now that the Romanians are coming, of course they need to think about leaving for themselves and their families. The people of Budapest have such a fear of the Romanians that the Soviet government, which is at war with them, cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, in addition to sending troops to maintain order at various intersections, they are also discussing the government's response. In the Soviet government building, the former government building of the Kingdom of Hungary, it is still the original conference room, and the committee members of the Soviet government are sitting here waiting for the meeting. It can be seen from their anxious faces that they are worried about the Romanian army that is close at hand. Boom, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Chairman Belakan walked in with the Interior Commissar Seidler and the Foreign Affairs Commissar Wantush. The three chairs at the front of the conference table are their positions, which can also show the status of the 3. After sitting in her seat, Belakan glanced at the crowd and said, "Now prepare for the meeting." At this time, the Interior Commissar Seidler stood up and said, "I have something to say." Everyone was a little surprised that Seidler suddenly stood up and interrupted the process of this meeting. Faced with Seidler's sudden intervention, Belakan, the host of the meeting, said, "What's the matter with you?" In the face of Belakan's inquiry, Interior Commissioner Seidler said, "Before this meeting, I have a situation that I need to explain to you. This time we lost the war with Romania, and there is a very important reason. That is that our intelligence was leaked, allowing the Romanians to have first-hand information about us. As the commissioner in charge of internal affairs, I need to be responsible for this. But this traitor has been caught by us." Seidler's words shocked everyone. They didn't expect this to be the case, and they all looked at Seidler for a while, waiting for his next words. Without making everyone wait, Seidler pointed to the member of Hiriko who was also waiting for him to speak in the conference room and said, "This traitor is Hiriko." When Seidler uttered Hiriko's name, 2 soldiers appeared behind him to restrain him. In the face of Seidler's sudden accusation, Hiriko immediately struggled to retort loudly, "This is impossible. I did not defect. I did not sell government intelligence. Why not? Your butler has already confessed. After the last meeting, you wrote the content of the meeting in a letter and asked the butler to hand it over to a grocery store. This Romanian intelligence base disguised as a grocery store has also been seized. We smashed it in one fell swoop. The evidence is solid. You have something to say. Take it with you." Following Seidler's order, the 2 soldiers dragged Hiriko, who was being held tightly, and left the conference room. All along the way, he was only left shouting loudly, "I don't have it. It's not me." The people present were shocked by the news that the education committee member Hiriko had defected to the enemy. They never thought that this would be the result. There are smart people who think of something from the current situation, but they don't change their faces, and they show quite the shock like everyone else. At this time, Belakun, the host of the meeting, said, "Okay, I'm also surprised about Hiriko's surrender to the enemy. But now we have solved this hidden danger, and now we need to discuss what we should do next." Belakun knew that Hiriko was wronged, and in fact, called him a traitor was his instruction. It wasn't that Belakun wanted to harm him on purpose, but it was an unreasonable one. This defeat has had too great an impact on the stability of the government, to the point of shaking its foundations. And in order to give an account to the relatives of the soldiers who died in this battle, and to give an account to the government and the disaffected people in the party, someone must be held accountable. In fact, the most suitable candidate is Commissioner Landral, who is in charge of the military in charge of this battle. It's just that at present, only Landral is the only one in the top ranks of the party who understands the military. If this is explained, the People's Army is estimated to disperse immediately. As for himself and others, although they participated in the Russian Revolution, they were not candidates for commanding the battle. In the end, after a secret discussion, they decided to use the high-level traitor to take the blame for Landral. In this regard, it is to keep the only military commander of Landral. The second purpose is to deter the unstable government and the party. This is to inform them that the government still has control, and not to think too much. After Belakun's voice fell, Foreign Affairs Commissioner Wantouch said, "At present, our revolutionary army has suffered a heavy blow, and the enemy is close at hand, which makes many people very worried about this. I think the top priority is the need to relocate government offices to a city that is safe from enemy forces. Among the options that fit this, I think Johor is the city that fits our requirements. It is close to the Austrian Republic and Slovakia, and there is no surrounding area. Hostile forces, suitable as the seat of our provisional government." All the people present agreed with Wantouch's suggestion, and the discussion on the location of the government's relocation was completed in this way. No one knows how much the Hiriko committee played a role. After discussing the government's relocation, Belakun said, "In addition to the government's relocation work, there is currently a need for someone to support the People's Army led by Landral who is returning." Belakun said it tactfully, but it meant the same thing. At present, the 80,000 People's Army led by Landral to retreat is one of the few armed forces of the Soviet government, and there can be no more mistakes. Moreover, these defeated troops are not finished with a single response. It is necessary to prepare supplies for them, send people to appease their emotions, and let these demoralized troops feel the care of the government. All these things need a person with excellent ability to do well. Therefore, in the face of Belakun's inquiry, many people present did not dare to answer, for fear that they would do worse. Leave this task to me. Seeing that no one was willing to take on this hard task, Wantouch couldn't help but accept it. Seeing that it was her right-hand man who took over the task, Belakun thought that it was really difficult to give this task to others, so she said, "Comrade 1 to 10, this matter will be handed over to you. The rest of the materials are all set up. It's up to you to mobilize. As long as Landral and the others are brought back safely, it will be a success. Please rest assured, I will definitely bring back these comrades who fought bloody battles with the Romanian gang." Since there was not much time left for them, the meeting went very fast. After the meeting, the relocation of the government was also carried out overnight. Take away things that can be taken away, and destroy as much as possible what cannot be taken away. After the others evacuated, Wantoshi looked at the unnecessary documents flying outside the government building and felt a little lost in his heart. But the loss is lost, and the work is the same. He called up the current left behind people. Some of them continued to maintain the established law and order, and the other part asked them to find someone to cook immediately. The withdrawn army needs a hot meal most at this time point. When another morning came, Budapest was much quieter than before, and the warm revolutionary atmosphere on weekdays disappeared. At this time, at the end of the road, a group of soldiers in the uniform of the People's Army appeared in sight. The night of running around made them all tired, but the existence of military discipline could be seen from their faintly visible Q. Fine. Wantoshi saw that a big stone in his heart was put down here. He was most afraid that the People's Army who returned would have no military discipline, so there was absolutely no way to continue to integrate them into an army that has always been fighting. The worst didn't happen, and it seems Landria's credit was their point. Prepare food for these soldiers and arrange a place for them to rest immediately. Wantoshi knew what these soldiers needed most now, and immediately had someone prepare it for them. Facts have proved that Wantoshi did very wisely. After getting the news of hot meals and places to rest, the soldiers finished eating in 2s and 3s and went to rest under the guidance of the staff. After fighting all night, Iron Man couldn't stand it. Landelia, who 12X had been waiting for, did not appear until the sun rose. Looking at the sunken eyes and the messy beard, Landelia appeared in front of him. Wantoshi couldn't believe it. When Landrel saw Wantoshi in front of him, a sadness that could no longer be held in his heart, he walked to Wantoshi and whimpered, "This time I brought the soldiers of the People's Army into the fire pit. I'm ashamed of my comrades' trust." Landrel was about to sit on the ground, and Wantoshi quickly stepped forward to support him and said, "It's not your fault. We are all responsible. Now the soldiers of the People's Army still need you to bring them with you out of danger. So you can't fall down. You have to be strong to withstand the pressure." Speaking of which, Wantoshi took a piece of food from the staff and handed it to Landrel. "Let's have something to eat first, then you can rest for a while." Landrel took the food, still holding 12X's hand, and said, "At present, Budapest can't hold back. We need to evacuate quickly." Wantoshi patted Landrel on the shoulder and said soothingly, "The Soviet government has made a decision to move to Zell. Comrade Belakun has already taken the others one step ahead, and I stay here to wait. So don't worry, we've made arrangements." Landelia, who had received the accurate information, went to rest at the order of Wantoshi after the meal, while Wantoshi continued to distribute food and shelter to the soldiers who came behind. It was not until close to noon that the returning soldiers became sparse. Wantoshi was also relieved. The more than 80,000 servings of food prepared overnight this time were basically illuminated. It seems that the soldiers have returned so much, and he also needs to prepare for the retreat. When evening came, Van Torx and Landrel took one last look at Budapest. Landrel sighed, "I don't know when we'll be back." There will be a chance. While the two were talking, a soldier in charge of reconnaissance ran over. "Report, the enemy is only 3 kilometers away from Budapest." "Okay, I see." Landrel replied to the soldier and said to 12X, "Let's go. We will definitely come back." A group of People's Army soldiers followed them out of Budapest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Conflict. Your Majesty, Admiral Salomik has captured Budapest. A squire held a telegram and ran into the room loudly to announce the good news. Understood, little Monol. Let's go down. Edel looked at the impulsive attendant and waved the telegram he handed over. The attendant heard the king's words and saw the queen sitting next to him with a little embarrassment and retreated. Sophie Mary glanced at it, and the rash attendant asked, This is the youngest son of the Mona family. Edel complained to his wife with a headache. Yes, this kid who is always in trouble is forced by his father to be my attendant and cause me trouble. Edel's helpless expression made the queen cover her mouth and laugh madly. I heard that he was famous in Bucharest last year and many people looked at him with admiration. I heard about this too. Edel also knew what his wife said. That good things don't go out and misfortune spread thousands of miles. This kid did a shocking thing last year. He publicly wanted to marry a stray girl into the house. Even if he was locked in the house, he must marry the true love. This stubborn boy gave birth to the god and Buddha that his father, Count Mona, was angry with. In the end, she saw that the incident was getting worse and worse, and the woman who lost her foot saw that the situation was not right and finally let go before ending the farce. However, after this incident, he felt that his son was uneasy. Count Mona found Edel and asked him to let his ineffective son follow him. And Edel, taking into account the respect that the Mona family has always been to the royal family, agreed. And it turned out like this. Edel took a look at the telegram and placed it on the table. Queen Mary, who has been married for many years, felt that her husband was not in a high mood and tried to ask, Edel, what's wrong with you? Are you upset? Facing his wife, Edel said without concealment, how can you make me happy for the city that was won at the expense of more than 50,000 casualties? Salamic's actions disappointed me too much. In fact, Edel knew that Salamic had done a very good job, and the achievement of destroying more than 200,000 enemies was great. However, the number of casualties approaching 60,000 also made him feel blood dripping from his heart. This is not a troop that has mobilized signs of mobilization, but an elite standing army that has been trained for many years. Edel did not send a rebuke to Salamic because it was because of his love for the kingdom that he had served for many years. Does he still want to reward him for his actions? Not to mention Edel's resentment towards Admiral Salamic. After occupying Budapest, the Romanian army immediately surrounded several factories that had already been demarcated. Budapest steel mills, arsenals, chemical plants, etc. These well-known factories are all being delineated. Equipment deemed suitable for Romania will be shipped back to China after experts from Romania have sent experts to assess the facilities. This is also to subsidize a small part of the cost of this dispatch point. Just as Romania was busy doing its own thing, an unexpected thing happened. In a freshly baked surveillance location on the outskirts of Budapest, a Romanian officer sits for a rare break. These days, he was exhausted. He was marching and fighting in a hurry. He finally defeated the enemy's capital Budapest, and he was arranged to lead the team to defend the stronghold. After all these things have been arranged properly, I can finally relax and take a cigarette and rest for a while. At this time, the King of Heaven is here, so don't bother yourself. The Romanian officer who was breathing clouds thought to himself, but as if God didn't want to do what he wanted, a voice pulled him back to reality. Company commander, come out. There is a situation. The company commander, who was disturbed by a situation, immediately put out the cigarette in his hand and ran out. What's the situation? Is it the origin of the People's Army? For those People's Army who fought with him, this company commander had a very deep impression. Although those people were not strong in combat ability, they had high morale and could charge with machine gun fire without caring about their own lives. This desperate style of play caused his company to suffer a lot of losses, and now he still has lingering fears in the face of the company commander's questioning. The report reported that the soldier said, it is not the People's Army, but an army with a different flag. Let me see what kind of army this is. A company commander standing high raised the telescope in his hand and checked it out. Judging from the flag, it is a red, white, and green tricolor flag, not the red, sickle and hammer gang flag of the People's Army. Go to someone and ask what they do. Looking at the armed team of nearly 1,000 people, the company commander did not hesitate to give orders to his sentry. He believed that such an upright and open team that came to him would not carry much hostility. The source of his confidence is the Romanian army of more than 100,000 people in Budapest. After getting the order of his company commander, a sentry quickly ran towards the team. Stop. What are you doing? Facing the arrogant inquiry of the sentry, the team stopped. At this time, two officers walked out from among them. One of them, a bearded officer with the rank of major, first spoke to the officers around him a Hungarian language that the sentinels could not understand. Then the officer, who was apparently an interpreter, said to the sentinel, "We are the 4th Regiment of the 5th Division of the Hungarian Republican Army, and this is our deputy commander, Major Knowles. This time, I would like to thank your country for removing our people from the evil rule of the People's Army. We were rescued from China, and now we plan to go to the capital, Budapest." After hearing the officer's words, the sentry said, "Wait here, I need to report to our superiors." After speaking, he immediately ran back and informed the company commander the IRA team, wanting to go to Budapest. Listening to the sentinel's words, the company commander knew that this matter must be reported, but the company commander would not let it go to the Republican Army from nowhere. Let them wait at a distance of 2 kilometers outside the station and open fire if they dare to approach without an order. What a mess of the Republican Army. Why didn't they see it when they were fighting the People's Army? They came out after picking peaches. It seems that this company commander does not like to see this armament point, and if the sentry took it, the armed forces of the Hungarian Republican Army were a little disturbed. Their deputy commander of the major looked at the sentry in front of him with an angry face, but the Romanian soldiers who were not afraid came forward. In the end, the deputy head felt that his arm could not twist his thigh, and he could only accept it helplessly. And this situation was immediately reported by the company commander, which made General Salamik, who had just captured Budapest and relieved his embarrassment, a little more angry. Of course, the general knew that the Republican Army was an armed force that had retreated to the Hungarian Republican government in its southern city. However, for this government, there is currently no clear attitude in Romania, and everything has to wait for the decision of the allied countries in this intervention. It was mainly Romanian troops, and the intervention was basically supported by Romania. But regarding the future Hungarian government's choice, Romania has no right at all. And the purpose of this dispatch is very clear. That is, to determine that the territory east of the Tisza River belongs to Romania. So for the Hungarian Republic government, Romania has no interest at all. Take them away. Admiral Salamik finally decided to drive away these cheap people first, and he said that he had to wait for instructions from the country as to what to do in the future. After the general's order was issued, a regiment of Romanian troops was dispatched to drive the Republican Army who came to take over Budapest out of Budapest. In the face of the Romanian army's expulsion, these Republican armed forces can only get out of the way. Coincidentally, in addition to Budapest, in many cities on the east bank of the Danube River currently occupied by Romania, armed Republicans have emerged, and these people have been driven away by the local Romanian garrison. This situation has attracted the attention of Romania, and after some investigation, the behind-the-scenes driving force of this incident has also been revealed. Admiral Horthy, who is the commander of the Hungarian Republican Army, is doing these little things. Chapter 413 Istanbul. Horthy, in the face of the latest situation in Hungary, Edel also got the investigation results of the intelligence services. The name seemed familiar to Edel, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Tell me about this Horthy's profile. If Edel doesn't understand, then start with the data, which should have some reflections later. In the explanation of the captain of the guard, Karist, Edel learned about the life story of this Horthy. The Admiral Horthy, born in 1868 into a noble family in Austria-Hungary, entered the Austro-Hungarian Naval Academy at the age of 14 and later became a naval officer. He performed well in the First World War, but his most dazzling deed was the suppression of the Cattaro sailors' revolt in 1918. With this credit, he became the last naval commander of the Austro-Hungarian Navy. After the disintegration of Austria-Hungary, Horthy returned to Hungary. But the outbreak of the revolution gave him another chance. He used his position to gather a large number of demobilized former Hungarian officers and soldiers to form a new army of the Republican government. Judging from his past experience, Horthy is a fairly good take on opportunities this time. It seems that this is a test of the Romanian army. For such a general who is good at seizing opportunities, Edel's view is to continue to observe. As long as he doesn't make a bad move against Romania, let him be. and if the Admiral His Excellency has any thoughts that he should not have, Edel will let him know the consequences. Let Salome pay attention to this Republican army, as long as they don't stop us from doing things. Let the army pay attention to the issue of military discipline, and don't arouse the emotions of these Hungarian people. Following Edel's order, the policy for the Republican army was thus formulated. Anyway, no matter who comes to power, the new Hungarian government in the future must agree to Romania's conditions. In addition to paying attention to the situation in Hungary, Edel is currently focusing on another country that is very important to Romania, that is Turkey. As a member of the Allied powers, Ottoman Turkey had already announced its withdrawal from the war before Germany surrendered. However, even if Turkey announced its withdrawal from the war, the Allies did not give up their military coercion against Turkey. After the Madras Armistice Agreement was signed, the Allies began to occupy Turkish territory. Greece landed an Izmit from the west and advanced inland, while France and Armenia also entered Turkey from the south and east respectively. The three countries of Britain, France, and Italy discussed the division of their respective interests in Turkey. Among them, Edel is most concerned about the ownership of the Black Sea Strait area. According to the message sent by the Prime Minister from Paris, at present, countries intend to turn Turkey into a nation country, in which the Black Sea Strait area of Istanbul is too important to be established as an international condominium. After deducting the strait area on both sides of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, Turkey's remaining European territories will be handed over to Greece. In addition to this, the Entente also supported Greece's territorial claims to Anatolia, where Homer's Battle of Clo took place. Therefore, the Greek side is very excited about the benefits given by the allied countries. It was an irresistible temptation for the Greeks to completely own the Aegean Sea. And Edel felt helpless, because from the map of later generations, Edel still has impressions. Turkey completely occupied the Asia Minor Peninsula, and once the war between the two countries will affect the use of the Black Sea Strait. This is not good news for Romania at present. The outbreak of the First World War has already made Edel fed up with the days of being locked up in the Black Sea, which has dealt a great blow to Romania's export-oriented economy. If Romania hadn't had the oil and food that the Allies desperately needed, Romania's economy would have suffered enormously. Shipping is also the cheapest transport in the future, as Edel knows this. Therefore, he did not want to see a war between Turkey and Greece that threatened his shipping safety. It's just that according to the current development of the situation, this war seems to be somewhat unavoidable at present. The Allies have spared no effort to support Greece, and Turkey is also well prepared for the possibility of defeat. Once the final plan is finalized, there will be dissatisfied Turkish people on the one hand, and Greece, which is supported by the Entente and greedy, and it will be strange if they don't fight. And this kind of war that affects Romania's economic development, but he can do nothing about it. Edel is also a headache. Edel quite dislikes the feeling of being so close, but unable to do anything. But even if he didn't like it, he could only endure it. Because Edel knew that, as long as he showed the slightest interest in Istanbul, then Britain, France and other countries will be more vigilant about themselves. Moreover, the attitudes of Greece and Bulgaria to themselves will also change drastically. The reason is very simple. Istanbul is too important, not only its location, but also its place in the long history. Ever since Constantine I moved the capital from Rome to Byzantium and renamed it Constantinople, it has always been the capital of a country. The goods from the Black Sea and the Mediterranean are gathered here, and the specialties of Europe and Asia can be seen everywhere here. Huge amounts of wealth were produced here, and the only millennium empire in world history, the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire, was born here. As a source of the legal system of various countries in Europe, the Roman Empire provided the basis of etiquette for the kings of various countries. See which countries in European history came under the name of Rome: the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, the Third Roman Empire, Russia, and then the Pearl of the Guardian Lighthouse country. Thinking about what happened to a city that relies entirely on history in later generations, Jerusalem, you know how difficult it is to deal with such a city mixed with huge historical heritage. Of course, the difference from Jerusalem is that Istanbul's geographical location is too good for Edel to dare to show his thoughts before he can absolutely keep its strength point. So for the Black Sea Strait, which is the choke point of Romania, what can the weak Edel do? However, for the current domestic and foreign difficulties in Turkey, Edel felt that he could try to contact him secretly. For nothing else, it's good to improve the relationship with him. After all, the Black Sea Strait will still be managed by him in the future. Point 2. To let go. It is necessary to let Turkey feel Romania's goodwill without leaving behind a handle. At this time, a name that had been active in the war came to his mind. Hohenzollern, a smuggler who was very active in the war, can make him come forward. This person can neither represent the Romanian government, nor does anyone in the countries around the Black Sea know the figure standing behind him. Edel, who thought of a way, quickly called Karist and informed him of his decision. Okay, Your Majesty, I'll do it now. After Karist, who was instructed by Edel, walked out of the office, an idea came to his mind. This Romanian smuggler is really lucky. Chapter 414. Treaty of Trianon. The situation in Hungary became increasingly clear after Romania defeated the People's Army to seize Budapest, and when the belated Allied troops arrived in Hungary, mainly French, the fate of the Hungarian Communist Party was already doomed. Although the People's Army used this time to strengthen its army, it also sent troops to capture the Slovak region and drove the Czech troops in the region back to Prague. However, in the face of the intervening army organized by many countries, the current Soviet government in Edel has been regarded as a dead end. As a member of the Allied powers, the Romanian Intervention Army under the command of General Salamic also sent 60,000 troops to participate in the final blow to the Hungarian Soviet government. And Marshal Louis Desperate, the French general who served as the highest commander of the Entente in Hungary, also knew what to do. No important tasks were arranged for the hard-working Romanian army, but instead they were tasked with intercepting the breakout of the Hungarian Communist Party who might flee. Marshal Desperate is also an old acquaintance of the Romanian military, the representative of France's more famous offensive strategy. It performed quite well in resisting the German invasion on the Western Front. It's just that Francis Desperate lost to Robert Nivelle when he later competed for the post of Commander-in-Chief of the French Army, that Joseph Chaffee stepped down from. Later, one of the conditions for Romania's participation in the war required the Allies to contain the Bulgarian army in Macedonia. So Paris sent Marshal Desperate to Macedonia to command the Allied forces in the region. So for the Romanian army, Marshal Desperate is quite familiar outside the city of Edel. The Allied armies of France, the United States, Serbia and other countries surrounded the last city of the Hungarian Communist Party. Among these armies was an army with the Hungarian tricolor. That's right, the Hungarian Republican Army participated in this final blow to the communist regime. As a Republican regime that has just moved to Budapest from Capersburg, of course, these red element will not be spared. In order to show its attitude to the civilized world, the Republican armed forces commanded by Admiral Horthy must of course show their faces here. In order to gain the support of the Entente and be able to return to Budapest, the Kiraly regime certainly had no room for retaliation to the demands of the Entente. When the soldiers of the Allied countries came to help fight the rebellion, Kiraly could not ignore the importance of it, otherwise they would be pacified as rebels. Therefore, the Kiraly government also hated the Hungarian Communist Party headed by Belakun. It was these red element that gave Hungary no room for maneuver. They caused Hungary to suffer so far, and they caused the Hungarian people to be divided into different countries. Everything is the fault of these red element, and he and others had to make this unintentional decision just to save the country. Sometimes I have to say that RQ's spiritual victory method still has some effect, although it is the same as reparation. Putting on the cloak of saving the people of the country is like putting a layer of syrup on the rotten fruit. At least barely able to swallow. Therefore, after capturing the city of Edel, the Hungarian Republican government had to send people to negotiate a treaty of defeat with the Allied powers. But despite this, the Hungarian Republican government still fantasizes that through President Wilson, Hungary will reduce its losses. To this end, its foreign minister Kordimek found US President Wilson and asked him to intercede for the United States to reduce and exempt part of the Hungarian territory and indemnity that had been ceded to other countries. Of course, Wilson, who can make the United States accuse Britain and France from a moral high ground, will not refuse. For this reason, at the very beginning of the negotiations, he accused Britain and France of not negotiating for peace, but creating new conflict points in the region. As soon as President Wilson's words were opened, he criticized Britain and France for various problems, slowly expanding from Hungary to the whole of Europe. And he vented the dissatisfaction he suffered in the Paris Peace Conference, and Minister Kordimek and other representatives were stunned. Is this just event useful? It is useful from a personal point of view, which makes President Wilson calm down a lot, at least for his own health. From a national perspective, it's useless. I didn't see Prime Minister George and Prime Minister Clemenceau listening to him with a smile, and even the Prime Minister yawned accidentally. This made other delegates doubt the influence of the United States, represented by President Wilson, in Europe. In fact, President Wilson was also confused about this. The United States did make money from this war, and it was not a lot. However, it is really quite helpless for the penetration of European influence. The images that Britain and France have built over hundreds of years will not collapse overnight. At present, countries' perceptions of Britain and France have not changed much. It's just that I know a lot about the image of the United States, but the hand of the United States is still separated by the Atlantic Ocean, which is indeed a little farther. The results of the final negotiations also confirmed the delegates' predictions on President Wilson. After more than 10 days of discussions, a peace treaty was finally signed between Hungary and the Entente at the Grand Trianon Palace in Versailles, known as historically as the Treaty of Trianon, the main terms of which are as follows. Article 1. All countries and Hungary immediately cease a series of hostile acts such as war. Article 2. As the party that initiated the war, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has an inescapable responsibility for this war, and the Hungarian government, as one of the successors of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, must be punished for this territorial punishment. Hungary ceded Slovakia to the Czech Republic. Most of Burgenland belongs to Austria. Transylvania and east of the Tisza River, and Ruthenia east of the Carpathian Mountains are assigned to Romania. Croatia and Western Banat were placed under the Kingdom of Serbia. At the same time, the Danube, as a major river in many countries, will also be jointly managed by the international community. England, France, Italy, Austria, Yugoslavia, Romania, and Hungary will jointly form the Danube Management Committee. In terms of the military, Hungary has a universal military service system, and its army should not exceed 38,000 people. 3,000 more than history. Economically, Hungary, as the country that initiated the war, will receive 2.2 billion francs of war reparations. Half of the compensation goes to Serbia, and the rest is divided among other countries. After the treaty was signed, Hungary lost 78% of its land area and its population dropped significantly from 20.8 million to 7.4 million. 900,000 more than in history, showing Romania's efforts, and more than 1,000 Hungarians were also assigned to other countries with the signing of this treaty. I just don't know if these people, who are used to being uncles in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, can bear the situation of other ethnic groups turning into serfs and singing. Only this time, there is no Austria-Hungary Empire to support them. Chapter 415 Big Discussion. When the news of the Treaty of Trianon came back to Romania, the people held a huge victory parade for it. In Iasi, 140,000 people held a parade, holding up the Romanian flag and Eda's portrait, cheering their joy. In Constanta, more than 200,000 people gathered in the government square to cheer for the signing of the treaty. As for the capital Bucharest, the number of people gathered has reached 310,000. For this reason, the Romanian Ministry of the Interior has ordered successively that the police stations in various places must ensure the safety of the people and not make any mistakes. So when the people cheered for this great news, almost all the police in various places were dispatched to maintain order, and even some areas that were too large even asked for the help of the garrison. So, while the crowd is spreading the festive spirit, the police are keeping them safe. The good news of the new territory far beyond its own is not enough for the people to cheer, and the government has also organized many activities to this end. For example, the new map was replaced at the first time, and stamps for the new map were also issued. This is also highly sought after by the public, and the 20 million new stamps issued will be sold out on the same day. In addition, the Romanian government has also convened many gatherings of business people and invited them to invest in the new territory and give a promise: 3 years of tax exemption, 5.5 years of tax concessions. At the same time, a lot of assets received from the Hungarians were sold to them at low prices. Of course, these assets are all already selected, and the earliest profits are of course the top Romanian figures. Nonetheless, these assets are still sought after by the merchants present. The price of many high quality assets can basically reach as much as 8 layers of market value. Of course, in addition to giving benefits to the middle and upper classes, the government has not forgotten to let the lower class people taste the fruits of victory. The land obtained from the Hungarians will also be sold to the bottom people. These lands of different sizes will be divided into about 2 hectares and will be sold to the public at a very cheap price. And each household can only buy one piece, and more than one purchase is prohibited. In addition to benefiting the public, the decision is part of Edel's behind the scenes push for agricultural reform. Let the rural population increase the outflow rate, forcing the landowners to use more agricultural machinery. Let Romania complete mechanized farming as soon as possible, so as to lay a solid foundation for Romania's future industrial development. The national celebrations can't last long. After all, everyone has to live, so after 10 days or so, the hustle and bustle of the scene gradually calmed down. But with the results of the victory, Romanian democracy has a tendency to overflow. In terms of public opinion orientation, the media gradually appeared to put Romania on an equal footing with Britain, France, and Italy. However, the writing is more euphemistic, but its content is unquestionable. These media claimed that Romania has its own core interests in the Balkans and Eastern Europe, and other countries must take Romania's feelings into account when exerting influence in the region. After these articles were published, they were snapped up by the public in China. One of the articles caused an uproar in which, in terms of territory, population, economy, military and politics, Romania was compared with other powers in many aspects. Territorially speaking, Romania's territory has surpassed that of Italy, 300,000 square kilometers in Italy, 320,000 square kilometers. In addition to Galicia and western Ukraine, where it is garrisoned. In terms of population, the gap is not too big. Italy has 28 million people and currently does not count the population of regions that have not been acquiesced before. Romania has 22 million people, and the economic gap is smaller. As for the military, the navy is completely incomparable, and the army is far inferior to Italy in terms of funding and results in terms of vital interests. There are no contradictions that can lead to major conflicts with Britain and France, which are currently in charge of the European continent. And Romania has no neighbors that pose a threat to it. Ukraine is still alive and has not been annexed by Soviet Russia. Therefore, at the end of the article, it is concluded that Romania can grow into a new great power in Europe. This article, which analyzed Romania from various aspects, aroused discussions at all levels of the country once it was published. Some people agree with that. Others scoffed at this, thinking it was just a sensational article. Those who agree cite the data in the article and believe that, as long as Romania has digested the new territory, it will definitely surpass Italy, the last of the current big powers, in terms of national strength. And their biggest proof is the high economic growth brought about by Romania's industrialization since 1905. And this period of rapid growth is called the Golden Age of Romania. And after annexing huge new territories, Romania's economic growth is bound to usher in a new growth point. It does not agree with the main point of the article that Romania's current pillar industries are automobile manufacturing, petrochemicals, agriculture and related food processing industries. In the past, these industries mainly used the advantages of technology and large-scale factories, as well as the monopoly operations caused by the war at present. In the automobile manufacturing industry, Britain and France, through the stimulation of the war, already have a scale that is not inferior to Romania. The petrochemical industry and food processing industry will also face competition after the war. Gone are the opportunities to use the war to make a fortune, and it is also questionable whether the industry that currently supports Romania can compete with other countries. The newly occupied territory is far larger than the original size of the country, and its ethnic diversity will also test the government's ability to work. If one is not good, it cannot be said that it will cause unrest in the region. In particular, the Hungarians, who currently occupy the second largest ethnic group in Romania, are far more likely to cause unrest than other ethnic groups. These are all likely to drag down the current good economic growth point. The views of the two parties have been debated endlessly in China, and neither one is convinced by the other at present. This also represents the differences in the perceptions of the domestic people after Romania has achieved enviable results. Optimists support the article, while pessimists disagree. The support rates of the two parties are basically evenly matched, so no one can persuade the other in China. What is even more interesting is that this article has also been reprinted by other countries, among which Britain and France have not caused much domestic disturbance. The mainstream view is that this is the obscenity of a small country that has been overwhelmed by the huge achievements. The current status of the two countries is a status obtained after hundreds of years of hard work. A Balkan country has only a few years to develop and dare to compare itself with a big country. And this article caused a huge sensation in Italy. The people in the country are convinced of this. Many people believe that the government's inaction should be responsible for the status of the great power that is about to be replaced, which has also sparked public protests. In many protest rallies, organizers have cited this article. According to them, it is the incompetence of the government that will lead to the imminent replacement of Italy by Romania. To this end, the Italian government even protested to Romania through diplomatic channels. Let the two countries, which have always had a good relationship because of cultural and linguistic similarity, have made some waves. Edel had also seen this diplomatic note, and he only smiled for it. He also knew the author of this article. He was a university professor, and he only wrote this article because of his interest. I never expected it to have such a huge impact. For the current debate, Edel did not interfere. In his view, this debate comes at the right time, allowing the public to gain a deeper understanding of Romania's current strength. Whether it is to improve the cohesion of the country or to deter other people of various ethnic groups in the new territory, there are huge benefits. In many cases, the conflict is the inability to recognize the strength of the opponent. It is also good for the discussion to at least make many people recognize Romania equals Chapter 416 gap. Prime Minister, thank you for your hard work. This time we can achieve such a fruitful result, and you have an irreplaceable role. In the palace, Edel said to the Prime Minister while reading the Trianon Treaty, which was written in French, Hungarian, and Romanian languages with ink and sense. The outcome of the negotiation depends on the performance of the military on the battlefield and the support of the people for this war. And I just brought back what should have belonged to Romania. The Prime Minister is still as humble as ever despite the Prime Minister's modesty. Edel will not forget his credit. In addition to the negotiation results, the Prime Minister has stabilized the situation in the country and provided sufficient material support for the army, which is also a huge credit. After all, 2000 years ago, Liu Bang said that He was the first to be credited. For Romania, the importance of the Treaty of Trianon is far higher than the Treaty of Versailles and other treaties, and it can be regarded as its greatest achievement in this war. Therefore, to Prime Minister Briceanu, who has been negotiating in France, it is also appropriate to say hard work. After staying in France for more than half a year, Prime Minister Briceanu, who has lost 10 pounds, can also bear it. So when the Prime Minister and his party return home, Edel held a welcome banquet for them, and the public highly praised the negotiating delegation's role in Romania's fruitful results. And at this banquet, Edel also revealed his tone. For those who have made meritorious contributions to Romania's acquisition of new territories, the royal family will distribute seats of nobility to outstanding contributors. Edel's words aroused the hearts of everyone present at the time point. As we all know, after the establishment of the Kingdom of Romania, the Hohenzollern family has been very stingy with the distribution of noble titles. During the time of Edel's father, Carol I, Romania had less than 20 nobles in total. Among them is the 10th war between Turkey and Russia, which made Romania completely independent. This war Romania divided 11 nobles, and after Edel came to power, Romania has never divided the nobility. The Second Balkan War and Edel's ascension to the throne, these two events are considered very likely to be enthroned. So many people think that Edel has a very stingy attitude towards assigning nobles, and they don't know what conditions are needed to deduct the noble titles from him. In fact, these people's guesses are a bit unfair to Edel. The real reason that makes him so stingy is that the influence of his later memory does not favor the noble class. In his heart, he believed that most nobles depended on society to absorb nutrition. And since he was the heir to the kingdom at birth, the desire of the common class for nobles and titles during this period was underestimated. But it's okay now. With the help of this war victory, Edel decided to open the noble title. However, despite the opening of the nobility titles, it is extremely harsh to issue them. Edel's purpose is to complement it with honor, to inspire the desire of the Romanian people for what they want most. In addition, there are also awards for some people who have made great contributions and cannot be promoted. For example, Admiral President Prime Minister Brătianu, etc. Such figures. Edel put down the Trianon Treaty and continued to the Prime Minister. The territory has been conquered, and then it needs to be digested into a solid foundation for the kingdom. At this point, the government needs to be adequately prepared for this. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, the government made a plan for the new territory last year, and will not make the territory hard-earned by the army a factor of instability. Prime Minister Brătianu has enough confidence in this, because since last year, the government has been training officials who know Hungarian, Polish, Czech, Ukrainian and Russian. The government has gathered these officials for training, mainly to cultivate their handling of ethnic issues, religious disputes, and more importantly, to monitor local grievances. These government officials have enough power to deal with suspicious elements who wantonly spread dissatisfaction with the government and beat ethnic antagonisms, even if they cause local ethnic conflicts. After all, this is the beginning of the 20th century, a period of nationalism, not the 21st century of Madonnaism. These officials are carefully selected by the government, and each of them is an all-rounder. With outstanding local government ability, high political awareness, and the ability to mediate social emotions, and without any political taint, but also has his own views on government work in multi-ethnic areas. Moreover, regarding the multi-ethnic issues in the new territories, the government also focused on explaining the methods for dealing with these issues for them. Among them, for the Hungarian nation, it is mainly forced to leave the local area by squeezing their living space. This is also because the Hungarians have a relatively tense relationship with other local ethnic groups and have a lot to do. The main reason is that the Hungarians themselves set up a target to let other ethnic groups vent their inner emotions, which is also conducive to the rule of Romania. For the Poles, where Galicia is located, Romania is another solution, mainly to open the immigration channel with Poland, and even tacitly allow the Polish government to send people to mobilize these people to immigrate to Poland. For the newly born Poland, when Romania is stronger than itself, it is a good choice to introduce its own nation from Galicia, to enrich Lower Silesia and West Prussia. As for other Ukrainians, Czechs and other ethnic groups, as long as they don't make trouble, the Romanian government does not have too many policies to deal with them. In a word, being a good citizen treats you as a citizen. After the training is completed, these officials will be dispatched to different regions in batches according to their grades and abilities. The main basis is that for the areas that need to be cleaned, officials with outstanding ability and tough style are sent, and officials with soft means are sent to the areas that need assimilation. They became the backbone of the government's ruling power in the new territories, making the greatest contribution to the new territories. I believe in the government's ability. Apart from ethnic issues, the geological exploration work in the new territories cannot be relaxed. Edel's thinking turned fast. One moment ago, he was discussing ethnic issues, and the next moment he talked about geological exploration. because he had some impressions before, saying that there are more mineral resources in Transylvania and Transcarpathian mountains, and for the current Romania, mineral resources are the booster of Romania's economy. Before Romania, apart from food, only oil could be obtained. Potash is after getting Transylvania, and the mineral resources in this area are not rich, as long as it is stone, and gold mines are not bad. Edel turned quickly, and Prime Minister Bricianu also answered quickly. Point in this regard, our government has made preparations. In addition to the 4 geological exploration teams prepared by ourselves, we have also formed 2 more teams with the University of Bucharest, ISC University and other schools. New territory. Point not enough. Point after hearing the Prime Minister's words, Edel knew that he only focused on Transylvania, the east of the Tisza River and the eastern part of the Transcarpathian Mountains, which was far from enough. In later generations, Ukraine is not only a country with superior agricultural conditions, but also a country with large resources. Otherwise, it would not be qualified as a heavy industry base for the Soviet Union. In later generations, the resources of Western Ukraine were not famous, which was also based on the too rich foundation of Eastern Ukraine. Point at present, the Ukrainian territory, where our troops are stationed, has also secretly sent people to conduct exploration. Point it's clear that Edel had his mind on this. This is Ukraine's territory, and it's not good for us to explore. Point Edel's words startled Bricianu, and it would be very serious if the secret exploration of resources in neighboring countries was exposed. Point don't be afraid, there are our troops stationed there, just let them send troops to protect the exploration team in the name of training. Point it is obvious that Edel is the king who eats the scales and is determined to explore the resources of neighboring countries. Seeing that his own king does not care about his diplomatic reputation, he also needs to explore neighboring countries. Your Majesty, please consider this matter carefully. Point the Prime Minister is a little unhappy. After all, this is detrimental to the face of the kingdom. Point I've thought about it. Just do what I say. Point in the face of the king's willful and even tough attitude, Bricianu felt a little uncomfortable. Point His Majesty go do it. Point after Edel finished speaking, he waved his hand and let the Prime Minister swallow his words. Looking at the back of the Prime Minister leaving, Edel didn't know what to think. Chapter 417. The new 24th Division. The signing of the Treaty of Trianon also marked the end of the war in Hungary. The Romanian army, which made great military exploits and solved the Hungarian Revolution almost with all its strength, must of course be withdrawn to the country. So starting in June, Romanian troops began to return one after another, and the new formation of the army, that Admiral Puliș never forgets, is also slowly reforming. Point there is an army base called Kurtz in the northern suburbs of Galati with convenient transportation. Since 1846, military fortifications such as complete barracks and positions have been established, but at the beginning, the Ottoman Empire was used as a defense fulcrum against Russia. Later, after the 10th Turkish-Russian War, it was taken over by independent Romania and continued to serve as a strategic fulcrum for defense against Russia. Point after Romania entered World War I, it also served as a point of defense against German flanking attacks. Now that the war is over, it's more lively here than before. A large number of soldiers and weapons were continuously transported here, because this is the station of the newly formed 24th Division of the General Staff. Point as the only newly formed division level troop against the current in this extraordinary period of disarmament, the 24th Division certainly attracted enough attention. As if the attraction was not enough, when the 24th Division was formed, the General Staff also recruited from the entire army, and a large number of officers who had passed the actual combat test and performed well. Sure enough, the 24th Division immediately became eye-catching, and it also attracted the jealousy of other troops. In this case, Major Mizk appeared at the gate of the Kursk army base with his luggage and the order of the General Staff. Point Major Mizk, why didn't you call ahead? An officer with the rank of lieutenant rushed out of the base and complained to him. Point regarding the lieutenant's complaint, Mizk patted the dust on the uniform and said indifferently, I want to take a walk alone. Point Mizk knew that, as usual, when the school level officers reported, they would arrange for someone to pick them up. However, he was promoted quickly, and he is not used to such an arrangement at present. Point the lieutenant had no choice in the face of Mizk's maverick. After all, other people don't like people picking them up, so what can he do? If it wasn't for the guard's announcement, he wouldn't know that Major Mizik had arrived in Galaxy Point. As you wish, Your Excellency Major. My name is Jimmy. The division is in charge of personnel reception. You can contact me if you have any needs. Although Mizik's arrival was somewhat unexpected, the lieutenant first introduced himself. In the face of Jimmy's kindness, Mizik certainly won't turn away people thousands of miles away. Hello, Lieutenant Jimmy. Hello, Major Mizik. Jimmy. Major, I'll take you to the division to settle down first. Major General Zelda may have to summon you next. It's work. After some conversation, Jimmy walked towards the division headquarters with Mizik. Major, this is the station of the 3rd Regiment. At present, they still have a lot of personnel and equipment that are not fully equipped, so you will feel like a reinforcement battalion. This is a reconnaissance battalion. In order to improve their mobility, there are so many vehicles along the way. Jimmy explained the situation in the base to Mizik. When he reached a 3-story building, Jimmy pointed to it and said to Mizik, this is the division headquarters, and there is a red brick building behind it, which is the officer's residence. If you haven't assigned it to which army can live there temporarily. Jimmy took him into the building, pointed to a room with a lounge sign, and said, you can rest here first, and I'll report first. Okay. Mizik walked into the lounge with his own salute. There were several officers in the lounge, and they nodded when they saw Mizik walking in. At this time, an officer with the rank of lieutenant colonel on his shoulders got up and walked towards Mizik. Hello, my name is Cliff. From Division 8. Facing Lieutenant Colonel Cliff's self-introduction, Mizik held his outstretched hand and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Mizik from the 19th Division. Mizik's introduction caused a response from an officer wearing the rank of Major next to him. I know you, Major Mizik. You fought very well in Ploiesti and Eva, and you deserve to be the fastest cadet in the 15th class. You've been a major in less than 5 years. The officer's words surprised Mizik. When did he become so famous? Seeing the confused Mizik, the major introduced himself. Hello, Mizik. My name is Dalton, and Kirsty is my cousin. Major Dalton's words made Mizik open his memory and recalled the previous military school life in his mind. So he asked Major Dalton about the status of his classmates. Since I was assigned to the army, I have been busy in the army. I haven't contacted my former classmates for a long time. Which army is Kirsty currently in? He retired. Hearing this amazing news, Mizik asked urgently, how can he retire? I remember Kirsty said that he plans to stay in the army until he retires in the future. Dalton shrugged, shook his head and replied, yes he did, but unfortunately he lost a leg in this war. He couldn't stay in the army. He had to retire. Dalton's words made Mizik a little sad. It is true that in the military academy, everyone is imagining the future in high spirits. But after all, a soldier is a profession with a high risk factor, and anyone can fall asleep on the battlefield. I have seen a lot of them, and officers who are better than myself are buried on the battlefield. Speaking of which, Kirsty can save a life and continue to live is considered lucky. And it can be said that he is very lucky to be able to get promoted without suffering damage like himself. Yes, on the battlefield, where bullets are flying, it is really lucky to walk down with all hands and feet. However, he still expressed his feelings about Kirsty's retirement. This is really bad news. Facing Mizik's words, Dalton waved his hand and said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's an honor to be a soldier, to dedicate yourself to the country. This can only be considered bad luck. Dalton's words aroused everyone's sympathy. They are all people who have come from the battlefield. Everyone knows that luck is an intangible and invisible thing. It is very magical. You may be surrounded by heavy casualties and yourself unscathed. It is also possible that everyone is fine and they suffer. Just after everyone became interested in chatting, the door of the lounge was opened. Everyone saw that it was Lieutenant Jimmy who came in. As soon as he came in, he said to Mizik, Major Mizik, the division commander just has time now. Go and report to him first. Okay, I'll be right here. When Mizik heard the division commander's summons, he immediately stood up from among the officers. Sorry everyone, I'll go see the teacher first. Go ahead, we have time to get together. Maybe we might partner together in the future. Mizik followed Jimmy out. Major Mizik, you are lucky. It just so happens that the commander is free. After hearing your report, I want to see you point. They walked all the way to the 3rd floor, and when they reached the 3rd room on the right, Jimmy stopped and knocked lightly on the door. Come in. Point. At this time, a somewhat majestic voice came from inside. Point. Jimmy opened the door and reported, Major Mizik has arrived. Point. Let him in. Point. Under the guidance of Jimmy, Mizik walked into the office of the division commander, Major General Zelda. Point. Sit down first. I still have some work to do. Point. Major General Zelda didn't wait for Mizik to speak. He raised his head and instructed him, and then lowered his head to deal with the documents on the desk. Point. Hearing the words, Mizik found a stool against the wall and sat down quietly. For a time, only the voice of Major General Zelda was left in the office. Point. And Mizik was bored and began to look at the office from the corner of his eye. The most conspicuous thing in the room is the tall bookcase, which contains many military books, and in some convenient places, many documents are also placed on it. Point. In addition, it is the desk where the Major General can work. In addition to the lamp and 2 telephones, there are still many documents on it, the height of which is almost overshadowing the figure of the Major General. There is a round mahogany hanger in the corner, with military uniforms shining on it. Apart from the wall clock, there are no other superfluous items in the office. Point. After waiting another quarter of an hour, Major General Zelda finally raised his head. He moved his sore neck first, and then said to Mizik, the army has just been formed, and there are a lot of things going on. Point. As a teacher explaining the reason to himself, how could Mizik dare to take it? Point. It's okay, teacher, you need to deal with a lot of things. I don't have time to wait. Point. Major General Zelda waved to him. Okay, don't be restrained. This time I called you here, mainly to ask about the few small-scale raid battles you fought. I have read it in the battle report, but I want to hear what the person concerned has to say. You can introduce me to me. No problem. Point. Mizik organized the language, and began to tell His Excellency the division commander, the raid that he helped Verisy and Petroshiny, and the next few better battles in Diva and later. In order to save His Excellency Major General's time, Mizik said it briefly. Unless Major General Zelda asks about a certain process, he will tell in detail. Point. This unique report, with Mizik's explanation, continued for nearly an hour. After he finished speaking, Major General Zelda asked, Major, do you know the German Storm Commandos? I have heard of it. It is said that a small group of troops at the battalion and company level was organized to carry out a small raid, and its effect was good in this war. But I have never encountered it, so I don't know much about its combat method. Point. After listening to Mizik's words, Major General Zelda nodded in agreement with what he said. He thought for a while, then picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Mizik. This is the information about the stormtroopers, all obtained from the German military. You can take a look and then write a review. Point. When Mizik heard the words of Major General Zelda, he took over the information with some excitement. It's not just a profile, it's a trust. Mizik had some guesses about what Major General Zelda thought, but this will take time to determine. Point. Sure enough, what he said next made his guess even higher. I don't plan to assign you to the army at the moment. I'll make arrangements after you read these materials and write down what you think. Point. Hearing Major General Zelda's words, Mizik immediately stood up. Yes, Your Excellency. I will come up with an experience that will satisfy you. Go. Mizik walked out of the office. He knew that an opportunity was in front of him, and it was up to him to take it or not. Point. And then you need to check it out with peace of mind, and you have the information written in blood by the German army. Equals Chapter 418 Rainbow Action. While Mizik is fighting for his future, a group of German naval officers are fighting for what has happened to their country. Point. In Scapa Flow, the most important naval anchorage in the British Empire, there are many steel giants galloping across the sea as usual. However, in this era, mankind has built the strongest naval battleship, but there is a strong German style. Point. That's right. The German Empire worked hard to build the High Seas Fleet, which was disarmed and parked in the port of its old rival. Up to more than 70 ships, all have unloaded all ammunition, all fire control, aiming devices and bolts. Since Germany announced the armistice, the High Seas Fleet has been escorted to dock here as a guarantee of its armistice. Point. The giant warships that should be fighting bloody battles for the motherland are like guarded prisoners waiting for the victor's verdict. Point. The influence of Kiel's sailors due to domestic starvation and the outbreak of red ideas is fading. When inner dissatisfaction is vented, reason is returning. The punishment faced after the defeat of the motherland has always loomed over the minds of the naval officers and soldiers who piloted these warships. In fact, the Entente countries led by Britain and France spent a lot of thought in order to make this high seas fleet, which is regarded as a big worry by the allied group of countries, accept punishment obediently. First, these surrendering warships were not allowed to carry any ammunition, and secondly, the German officers and soldiers on the warships could only be maintained to the minimum level that could be activated. Therefore, this high seas fleet, which requires tens of thousands of naval officers and soldiers to ensure the best condition, currently has less than 3,000 people on board. Even in the event of a dangerous situation, self-rescue becomes difficult. In addition, in order to appease the officers and soldiers of the high seas fleet who are still on the ships, the British side blocked the news of the peace talks, while preaching that it would not impose too severe punishment on Germany. Although the UK is blocking the news, German naval officers and soldiers who care about their motherland still have their own ways to obtain this content. The officers and men of the high seas fleet were stunned when the articles about the German defeat were revealed. Abandon all overseas colonies, cede Alsace and Lorraine to France, and pay 226 billion marks in reparations. The harshness of the Treaty of Versailles was completely beyond their expectations. More importantly, the high seas fleet, which was built at a huge cost, will be divided among the allied nations as part of the reparations. This condition broke the hearts of the naval officers and soldiers present. For them, it was equivalent to surrendering their dreams and love for the sea to their opponents. No one could stand this grievance. Some people even said on the spot that, if they knew this would be the result, it would be better to fight the enemy vigorously. Even if the entire army was wiped out, it would be better than being so useless now. The group's heated indignation was of no use, let alone a decisive battle with their opponents. They couldn't even drive out of the harbor. There are many forts in the heavily defended Scapa Flow, not to mention the British fleet is closely monitoring the harbor. Any little change can lead to a violent blow from a heavily armed enemy. This left the officers and soldiers of the high seas fleet completely helpless. They can only wait patiently with anger in their hearts as for the British Empire. In addition to being strict at the beginning, the supervision of the high seas fleet has gradually become less guarded. After all, as a symbol of the British Empire, the fleet cannot always be by the side of the high seas fleet. The tedious events such as its colonies all over the world in the Red Revolution in Russia all required the British Empire to show its strength. So during this time, the caretaker power of the British Empire has been dwindling. In this regard, the officers and soldiers of the high seas fleet have been watching. On the Crown Prince William of the high seas fleet, the crew members looked around vigilantly. Because on this ship, a secret negotiation about the fate of the high seas fleet is going on. This treaty is too harsh on Germany, and the domestic opposition is very loud. It is very likely that the country will not agree. If this is the case, our warships cannot fall into the hands of the enemy. The German people have spent a lot of money to build the fleet, and can't shoot artillery shells on our own people. Otherwise, we will be sinners to the country. In a relatively secret cabin, Rear Admiral von Reuter, as the commander, is expressing his inner grief and anger to the officers who participated in this secret meeting with impassioned enthusiasm. As the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Hitler's favorite person, Rear Admiral von Reuter is also concerned about the safety of the fleet. And Adolf von Trotter, the commander-in-chief of the German Navy, had informed von Reuter before departure that the fleet could not be surrendered under any circumstances. The punishment for Germany's defeat this time was too harsh. What's even more worrying is that the local British newspapers reports that the armistice talks are on the verge of breaking down, and the possibility of resumption of military hostilities made Major General von Reuter feel that something was wrong. Now the high seas fleet has been disarmed and held in Scapa Flow like a prisoner being watched. If war breaks out again, Rear Admiral von Reuter has every reason to believe that the warships of the high seas fleet will definitely be the vanguard of the bombardment of the German coast. Isn't this a characteristic of the British, who have always let others stand in the front while they wait behind to harvest the spoils? From the previous 30 years war to the anti-French alliance during Napoleon's time, it has always been like this, waiting until the enemy is dying, before stepping forward to deliver the final blow to the opponent. It was absolutely unacceptable for Major General von Reuter to let the High Seas Fleet, which has gathered Germany's hard work, bombard the German people. If this happens, he and the naval officers and soldiers will become the sinners of history. That's why Major General von Reuter secretly called this gathering to discuss the survival of the fleet. The fleet must not fall into the hands of the British, otherwise we will all be sinners of the Empire. Colonel Bill Burruff, who was the captain of the Crown Prince William, immediately stood up and expressed his thoughts after Major General von Reuter's voice fell. Judging from the fact that he still calls Germany the Empire, he is also a staunch royalist. Even after the Kiel Sailor Uprising, most of the high-level German Navy were royalists who hoped to retain the imperial system. Therefore, for Colonel Bill Burruff still calling Germany an empire, no one present was interested in making him change his tune. More importantly, in their opinion, Major General von Reuter was right. Once the war resumed, and without the protection of the High Seas Fleet, the British would not let go of the idea of bombarding German coastal cities from the sea. No one else. Take the fleet from us, that's right. We can't be the sinners of history. The local British newspaper, read by everyone who cares about what happened to Germany. As a German, whoever watched the reports about armistice talks on the verge of breaking down, and the possibility of resumption of military hostilities is not worried. Since everyone thinks so, then I will talk about the plan I have prepared. After seeing that everyone agreed with his point of view, Major General von Reuter revealed his plan. The number of British fleets guarding us is getting smaller and smaller. I plan to open the sea locks at the right time, to let the fleet sink. The word self-sufficiency made the atmosphere of the scene more solemn. In fact, when fighting at sea, self-sinking is used for warships that are too wounded to return to port. In addition, when fighting the enemy, you can't escape, and self-sinking is also the default way. And this time it's clearly the latter. Therefore, in the following discussions, Major Admiral von Reuter and many captains discussed the plan of self-sinking. They planned to start sinking their ships if no news came from the country by June 11th, the deadline for the Treaty of Versailles. At the same time, in order to prevent the news from being too late to notify everyone, they agreed. From the flagship Emden light cruiser, the international signal flags DMG were first hung on the masthead to indicate everyone's preparation. Wait until he informs the signal soldiers again. Hang up the pre-agreed signal 11th section to confirm that the sinking begins. Section 11 is a slang term commonly used by Germans when they drink beer, which means to open a bottle and drink freely. This is his signal to the entire fleet to prepare for sinking. Now the High Seas Fleet has prepared for the worst, waiting for the final news from Germany. In Germany, the government formed by the Social Democrats was also debating the Treaty of Versailles. Many people disagreed with the treaty, believing it was too harsh for Germany. The cession of some of the eastern provinces and colonies left everyone uneasy, as well as huge war reparations and long-term debts. In particular, the amount of compensation required has made everyone dissatisfied. Years of wars have almost emptied the national wealth, and now they have to pay 226 billion marks, about 11.3 billion pounds, in compensation, and they are paid in gold. Where does Germany now have the ability to compensate these payments? Even Friedrich Ebert, the leader of the Social Democratic Party, could not contain his dissatisfaction, let alone the public at home. Therefore, the new German government has been unable to get the reply of the Allies until the beginning of June. Seeing that the deadline was approaching, Albert hurriedly held several meetings to try to explain the representatives of all parties. This matter can't be delayed, and finally let all parties reluctantly agree. However, in order to take care of domestic dissatisfaction, the new government decided to send a 2-day grace to the Allies, who were still waiting at Versailles, so as to facilitate decent preparations. The Allies agreed to this. Now the bell of peace has struck, and peace has returned to the European continent. Is there something forgotten? That's right. When the German government notified the country of the news, it forgot the High Seas Fleet, which was still waiting for news in Scapa Flow. The telegram was not sent to Major General von Reuter, so a tragedy was inevitable. On June 11th, Major General von Reuter, who had been waiting for domestic news, did not receive a domestic telegram, so the misjudgment began. Immediately order the hoisting of the signals DNG. After 10 o'clock international signals DNG were hoisted from the mastheads of the light cruiser Emden. The captains of the ships who were already familiar with the inside information immediately asked the crew to open the watertight compartment and at the same time opened the eyes of the observation post to further check the next move of the flagship. At 11 o'clock, there was still no domestic news, and the desperate Major General von Reuter informed the signal soldiers again to hang up the pre-agreed signal section 11. As a result, the German ships began to hang the banned German naval flags, and some were sending out light signals to pass the message to all ships. So the sea lock was opened, and the turbulent sea water began to spread rapidly in the cabin. At this time, the British side also discovered the abnormality of the German fleet. For this reason, British sailors rushed to their warships from all over the world. Because the war is over, it's all relaxed. The 5R class battleships in charge of guarding their first battleship squadron also set fire to it immediately and signaled the high seas fleet not to move. Only now I found out that it was too late. The continuous influx of seawater caused the warships of each high seas fleet to tilt to varying degrees, and the seawater gradually filled the cabin below, so that the sea lock could not be closed. 1216. The battleship Frederick the Great sank first. 1256. King Albert sank. 110. Moltke sank. 115. Crown Prince William sank. The rest of the warships are also one by one submerged in water one after another. At 1700 hours, the last sunk was the battle cruiser Hindenburg. The British fleet tried every means to try to remedy it, but it was impossible to prevent such a large-scale collective self-sinking operation. Lasted about 6 hours. 51 of all 74 detained German warships sank, including 10 of the 11 battleships and all 5 battle cruisers. The tonnage of the sunken warship is 94% of the total tonnage of the seized fleet. This self-sinking action made all parties in the Entente very angry. Soon, the 4 Nassau-class and 4 Helgoland-class battleships that Germany had been allowed to retain were declared extradited to compensate for the loss of Scapa Flow. On November 5, 1919, the 8 battleships were declassified by the German Navy. The Nassau was finally compensated to Japan, the remaining 3 were compensated to the United Kingdom, and the 4 Helgoland-class battleships were divided among the 4 countries of Britain, the United States, Japan and France. In addition, a large number of auxiliary ships designated by the Allies were divided up. As a result, only 6 old-fashioned battleships remained in the main battleships of the German Navy after the war. These ships are not intended for use other than for training and coastal defense. In addition, there are several other outdated old cruisers left in Germany. Most of these ships are old and very old, and many of the warships have their weapons dismantled by the British and are not capable of combat at all. At the same time, the same strict restrictions were imposed on the establishment of the German Navy. It is stipulated that the size of the Navy shall not exceed 15,000, and the number of officers shall not exceed 1,500. This self-sinking operation was a complete tragedy, but it made the German Navy face a more difficult situation. But for the reason he couldn't help but sigh. And when this news was sent to Edel, he couldn't help but sigh that the inertia of history has not changed. The new German government really made mistakes while busy and brought such bitter fruit. But for Romania, this is good news. Thinking of Romania's pocket-sized navy, it would be good to select many people from the abolished German Navy as advisors. After all, I have had some experience in Jutland and the British Empire. And those naval shipyards will face the fate of being closed down and demolished, and skilled shipyard workers will face the fate of being laid off. Edel's heart is broken. He feels that as a member of the Hohenzollern family, he has a responsibility to help these poor people. However, it is necessary to ensure that the best batch of technology can only be obtained. After all, the landlord's family has no surplus food. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Industry Gap. Edel pondered which of the next German unemployment frenzy was in urgent need of Romania. Then the first place must be education talents, which is also the most urgent and most in demand in Romania. Yes, universal education in Romania has been going on for decades. Beginning with Carolai, the kingdom has issued a decree requiring every child over the age of 6 to go to school and receive a 5-year education, because the primary school is 5 years, and then the primary school was changed to 6 years, and became 6 years compulsory education. However, unlike later education, schools in this period mainly taught the Cyrillic alphabet, which was gradually changed to the Latin alphabet in the later period. By the time Edel came to power, it had all been changed to the Latin alphabet. Primary school mainly involves subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, geography, and history. Compared with other powers, Romania does not have much difference in subjects. The main difference is the shortage of teachers. From the beginning, there were only 4 to 6 teachers in a primary school, and gradually expanded to 8 to 11 teachers who are responsible for educating students. The main gap between Romania and the foreign powers lies in the shortage of higher education teachers. Take the more famous IRC University in Romania as an example. Its predecessors were the Vasile Lupu College, built in IRC in 1640, and the IRC Royal Academy, established in 1714. After the reunification of Romania, it was established in 1860 on the initiative of Kaiser, and named after him. In the early days of the school, there were 3 departments of Chinese philosophy, law and theology, and there were only a few professors. In the later period, natural science teaching was introduced and expanded to 8 departments of philosophy, law, language, and literature, physics, chemistry, mathematics, medicine, and economics, with more than 20 teachers. Between 1908 and 1914, departments of agriculture, electrical machinery, chemical engineering, and geography were added, which gradually became a more comprehensive institution of higher education. Until now, IRC University has not added any more departments, but it has been subdivided between departments. For example, physics has established the classification of mechanics, electromagnetism, and thermodynamics, and other disciplines have also been subdivided. At present, IRC University, together with the personnel hired from abroad, currently has nearly 100 teachers and ranks among the top 3 in Romania. In Edel's view, what is the most enviable thing in Germany at present is, of course, various German professors and scholars. Speaking of which, since the end of the 19th century, German scientists have emerged in an endless stream of world-renowned scientists. Whether it is a world-famous Gauss, Ohm, Einstein, or the currently unknown Hertz and others, German scholars have always been shining in the world. And what kind of scientists can Romania have? Ashamed to say, there is only one constant in Bahan, who is still a medical scientist, and is not very famous at present. So Edel was drooling over the star-studded German scientists, and couldn't sleep at night. Fortunately, the current chaotic situation in Germany is an opportunity for Romania. Someone tried inviting Einstein to teach in Romania, but declined. In addition to educational talents, Romania currently has a considerable shortage of high-level talents in all walks of life. Take Romania's most famous automobile manufacturing and petrochemical industries as an example. Volkswagen, which represents the automobile manufacturing industry, has not been able to achieve a breakthrough in the research of gasoline engines and the power system. The main reason is the shortage of basic research talents for various materials, which has slowed down the research progress. So far, Volkswagen has still not been able to develop new major models to replace the T-type cars and Dongfeng trucks that have been selling for many years. In terms of petrochemical industry, it still mainly produces various basic chemical raw materials, and these are basically technologies imported from Germany. For the production of a variety of organic chemical raw materials and synthetic materials from basic chemical raw materials, Romania still needs outsourcing due to the failure to purchase technology. Therefore, in addition to the synthetic ammonia that Edel advocated at that time, Romania is still less involved in other industries that rely on the petrochemical industry. So regardless of the current Romanian industrial development, the most important thing is the lack of previous industries, which is to make up for Romania's gap. Coupled with the outbreak of the war, the rapid development of various industries can only pass the most dangerous initial stage. Otherwise, the Romanian industry, which was only in its early days, would have been ruined by the state. After all, you can't force people to buy domestic products with high prices and poor quality, and give up foreign products that are easy to use. Even Japan, where terrorism is the most widespread, is forcing the people to buy inferior steel produced by the Nanman company. This is still in Asia, and no government in Europe can do that. As for the military industry, Romania is currently not technologically developed. At present, the technology imported from Germany is still used, and some minor changes are made in the details at most. If Romania is still a little aggressive in the research and development of army equipment, then it is a forgotten child in the manufacture of warships. Yes, Romania is not much different from before in terms of warship manufacturing capabilities. At present, inland and offshore patrol boats are the limit of the industry's capabilities. It's all about money. As the main manufacturer and maintainer of Romanian naval vessels, the Constanța Naval Shipyard mainly relies on various civil aviation vessels to survive. To count on naval orders and maintenance, the shipyard has long since closed. Think about it. Romanian military spending is basically only a fraction of the army's navy. After deducting various expenses, where is the money to buy warships? So let alone the inability of the navy. The Karlberg-class Count Dazzler cruiser currently purchased from Germany is an incredible navy treasure. Even if it had to be dispatched in various wars, it was used carefully for fear of robbing it. It can be said that the life of the navy has always been very hard. However, there is no way to do this. Whoever makes Romania's position on the Black Sea, there is no other country that can threaten its coast except Russia and Turkey. And Romania has no money to vigorously develop the navy, or does not have enough overseas interests to develop the needs of a larger navy. However, in Edel's view, after the war, the great development of the navy is coming. However, it will need to wait until sufficient shipbuilding capacity is obtained from Germany. The Royal Shipyard, Wesel, Vulcan, Germania, Krupp, etc. are the first-class shipyards capable of building battleships. The fate of these shipyards in the future, of course, Edel knows by heart. Next, the shipyards that manufacture warships for Germany will have enough hardships to live, not to mention that Britain and France will not let these shipyards go. They will not give up unless they destroy Germany's shipbuilding capabilities. At this time, Romania appeared as a savior, and taking over the shipyard equipment and workers is believed to be a huge help to Germany. After all, there are fewer hungry people, isn't it? Chapter 420, Chaos in Ukraine. While Edel plans for Romania's future, neighboring Ukraine is in turmoil. Inside the Independence Palace on Khreshchatyk Street in Kyiv, an impassioned speech is going on. The army of the Reds is threatening the safety of Ukraine. They have formed an army in eastern Ukraine to prevent the unification of the regime. Not only are they depriving the farmers of the last grain of food they have, they are filling the army with women for them to vent. They are like locusts swept across most of Russia. Food was taken away, factories were taken over, priests were killed. These red plagues will not spare Ukraine, and we must stand up to prevent the tragedy from happening. On the high platform, General Denikin spoke passionately about the brutality of Soviet Russia. In the audience, Ukrainian officials, priests, and capitalists gathered together and silently listened to the commander-in-chief of South Russia's accusations against Soviet Russia. For the Soviet Russian army, Ukrainian upper-level personnel have long known about it. Looking at the people present, President Gorbachev, Prime Minister Morokov, and Speaker of Parliament Mikhail all sat in the first row and listened to the speech attentively. Absolutely good listeners. It's not that the three of them agree with Denikin's words very much. Looking at the Belarusian officers and soldiers standing around the hall with guns, they can see why there are so many good listeners. Speaking of the current situation in Ukraine, Edel also bears part of the responsibility. Since the Romanian army wiped out nearly half of the Ukrainian army, this also caused the southern Russian army who attacked Moscow Denikin commander to retreat and enter Ukraine faster in the face of more than 100,000 Belarusian troops. The Ukrainian army, which is basically composed of recruits, was completely unable to stop it. Therefore, the Belarusian army, who had no benefit in the face of the Soviet Russian army, regained confidence in the face of the Ukrainian army. With a single blow, the Ukrainian government army was completely unable to stop it, and even the three main Ukrainian authorities did not escape. That's why this donation meeting was held. Denikin felt that what he had said was almost the same, and glanced at the three Ukrainian authorities who were close at hand, and immediately made them clap more cheerfully. President Macron even spoke up about it. The general is right, the red molecules are cancer cells, and they will destroy the civilized world. President Macron's words made Denikin feel that the heat was almost over, so he waved his hand and said, "We have a duty to resist the invasion of the red element. As a soldier, I only know how to fight, so the rear can only be handed over to you. At present, our army has traveled thousands of miles and lacks doctors and medicines, which makes the soldiers unable to put their minds down and fight the enemy. So I need a batch of supplies to calm the hearts of the army." Denikin finally said jokingly, "You don't want to see the soldiers on the front line being shaken." Because of the lack of supplies, the people present still didn't understand what he was thinking, and they all shook their heads to indicate that they didn't want to point someone in the field even express their loyalty. "General, please rest assured, we will do our best to ensure the supply of the army, even if it costs me my last copper point." As soon as I heard this, I knew that it must have been arranged in advance. Whoever is stupid can give all his belongings to support these Russian government troops. Therefore, except for a limited number of people, everyone present sat silently on the chairs. Compared with the lively scene before, this is a little embarrassing. Denikin turned a blind eye to this, and it seemed that he experienced this scene a lot. Taking a list out of his pocket, Denikin continued, "Of course it's impossible to spend all your belongings. In order to prevent everyone from donating too much and affecting their own lives, I prepared a list in advance. Everyone, no matter how much materials you donate, you can make the best use of them. Of course, this is a voluntary principle, and I won't say anything more if it is not enough. Finally, in order to avoid causing everyone to work too much, it is good that our army is responsible for transportation and inventory." Denikin's words made everyone present look bad. It is said to be the principle of voluntariness. Look at the heavily armed Russian officers and soldiers in the back. Are you voluntary? The Russians all think they are robbers, and they also send people to be in charge of monitoring, euphemistically called inventory. Is there someone who is guarding someone else's house to check the supplies? Okay, I'll read the list next. Mr. Dotovsky, 3,200 tons of grain, 300 tons of meat. Dotovsky, whose name was pronounced, was a famous grain merchant in Kiev. Even he, after hearing such a large amount, turned pale and even wanted to say something. But seeing the Russian officers and soldiers who were staring fiercely at him behind him, he swallowed again. Mr. Barks, 2,000 tons of grain, 100 tons of hay, and 240 horses. Mr. Monks, 2,000 tons of grain, 67 trucks. Mr. Monet, as Denikin uttered his name one by one, everyone whose name was pronounced looked bad, and everyone's heart was bleeding. The materials on the list are almost half of all the belongings. This is a complete robbery. But in the end, you want money or not. I saw that when he read one of them, he probably felt too painful, and he got up again and defended. "I don't have so many things at home. Can I have less?" Everyone present knew each other. This was a businessman who ran a hardware business in Cherkasy, and his name was Anderson. He was a Jew. Those who knew him knew that he was usually a little stingy. Denikin stopped reading the list and asked him with a bad expression, "Really not enough?" I don't know what this Anderson was thinking, so he followed the words and replied, "It's really not enough." Denikin waved his hand and said, "Forget it, send this gentleman out." Before the man could understand, 2 soldiers, 3 big and 5 thick, stepped forward to support him and walked towards the door. Looking at the movements of the soldiers around him, Anderson, who understood it, quickly shouted, "I remembered, the list is enough." Denikin's voice was deaf to Anderson's loud cry, and his eyes wandered back and forth in the venue. The people he saw didn't dare to look at him and couldn't help lowering their heads. Anderson shouted and was dragged out all the way, but no one dared to intercede. It didn't take long for an officer to walk in, and a careful person noticed fresh blood on his trouser legs. The results were chilling and depressing, and the results were really unexpected. I saw him, the officer, reporting to Denikin loudly, report to General, Mr. Anderson died in a car accident. After he walked out of the door after Denikin nodded to indicate that he knew, he said calmly, Mr. Anderson was too careless. It really makes me sad. This remark made many people feel cold and gloomy, and it also dispelled many people's luck. The next donation. Meeting went surprisingly smoothly, and everyone had no opinion on the shed designated by Denikin. This will set a new record for Ukraine, and there is no more bullshit to make everyone blush. It is perfect. After the meeting, of course, everyone went home under the escort of the White Russian army. After returning to his home, Prime Minister Morakov was very angry. The face of the Ukrainian government was ripped off by Denikin mercilessly. Now he regrets taking over the post of Prime Minister very much. If I knew this was the case, why did he come here from Vinnytsia? This Prime Minister is not right. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but weigh the gains and losses. After all, he wouldn't be able to get a job like Prime Minister if it weren't for his chance. After thinking about it, he finally sighed. He was really not destined to be the Prime Minister, and called a servant who was deeply trusted by him. Kyiv can't stay anymore. Morris will go back to his hometown of Vinnytsia in a while. Let the people in your hometown prepare to take us back in secret. Morris has been Morakov's playmate since he was a child. Many of my own affairs that are not on the road have been handed over to him properly. And after he came to Kyiv as Prime Minister, Morris, who was a confidant, was of course brought by him. In the face of Morakov's orders, Morris knew the seriousness of this matter and still wanted to go home in secret. So his face tightened, and he nodded cautiously to show that he knew. After sending Morris away, Morakov called another servant. Go and call Gal for me and say I'll invite him to dinner. Yes, sir. In fact, Morakov wasn't the only one planning to leave this place of right and wrong. President Kulbachev and Parliament Speaker Mikhail are both looking for their own way out. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ukraine cannot even stop the White Russian army, let alone the more powerful Red Russia. Then, leaving this place of right and wrong is the best choice. Interestingly, like Morakov's choice, Western Ukraine, which is still under Romanian occupation, has become the #1 choice for the two. After all, they have either the president or the head of parliament on their heads. If they leave the land of Ukraine, who can use them as dishes? Unless absolutely necessary, no one wants to seek refuge in other countries. Edel, who is far away in Bucharest, has no idea about the thoughts of the three Ukrainians. Now he is busy with the government to prepare to receive supplies from the German army. Chapter 421 Picking up leaks. In Berbringen, outside Stuttgart, there is a large army reserve warehouse. Long before the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War, this was built by Prussia as an ammunition storage warehouse. Due to its close proximity to the capture of Alsace and Lorraine in France, the Berbringen Army Depot was further expanded after the Franco-Prussian War. From the original only stockpiling ammunition, it has become the three main combat readiness warehouses close to the French border. Before the outbreak of the war, at its peak, nearly 200,000 guns, more than 1,000 cannons, and nearly 100,000 tons of ammunition were stored here. After the war, it was also designated by the Allies as a storage point for weapons after the German surrender. Therefore, the weapons and ammunition here have reached a new peak. Nearly 400,000 German equipment has been placed here in different categories. The main German rifle Mauser G98 can be seen everywhere in the warehouse, and the 1888 committee rifle can be seen from time to time. The G08 heavy machine guns that caused the Somme massacre were piled up together, telling others about their illustrious military exploits. All kinds of cannons are also removed from key parts such as running bolts and sights here, and they are neatly placed here. To guard the weapons and equipment here, a Canadian division was stationed at Berbringen on weekdays. The warehouse management personnel here are relatively leisurely, except for the need to pay attention to the random inspection of materials by the representatives of the Allied countries stationed here. There is nothing superfluous, which is really a rare good job. But today's Berbringen seems a little unusual. Today, a large number of high-ranking officials of the Allied countries came to this storage warehouse. The German director of the warehouse, Plock is currently explaining the current situation of the materials in the warehouse to the group of senior officials. What we just passed is the ammunition warehouse, which mainly stores 7.92 caliber pointed bullets. Then he pointed to a huge warehouse in front of him and continued to say to everyone, "In front of us is the artillery storage warehouse. This warehouse mainly stores large artillery with a caliber of more than 100mm." Point Prolock's words aroused the interest of everyone present, and one of the generals spoke. "Then let's go in and see." I'm going to open the door. After Plock finished speaking, he waved his subordinates to open the warehouse in front. Within 2 minutes, the group came to the door of the warehouse. The door of the warehouse has been opened, and from the door, you can see the cannons covered with cannon coats, and you can feel the chilling atmosphere for a while. Then let's go in and see. The general who asked to see it at the beginning asked everyone to come in. It is good. Should be. A group of people answered and walked into the warehouse with him. From their conversations, Plock had already discovered that among the senior officials of the Allied powers, the general's opinions were the main ones. Through the identification of the military uniform markings on his body, it was found from memory that the general was from Romania. The reason is very simple. The medal on his chest has the logo of Sigma Ingen, a sideline of the Hohenzollern family, and there is a medal with a golden eagle with its head turned to the left and its wings spread, a golden Orthodox cross with a silver sword and scepter in each paw. This is the Romanian national emblem. Plock guessed right. The general was indeed Major General Solda, the former chief of staff of the Romanian army group Bulgaria. Of course, it is impossible for Major General Solda to serve as the chief of staff of the long disbanded Bulgarian army. His current position is head of the Romanian military delegation to Germany. It is mainly responsible for contacting matters in Germany with the Allies, and this time Major General Solda came to the Berbringen army depot, and he did have a purpose. A group of people looked at the neatly arranged artillery pieces in the warehouse, and from time to time they had their gowns removed. At this time, Major General Zelda will step forward to carefully check the status of the artillery, and other senior officials of the Allied countries will also come forward to evaluate the status of the artillery at this time. Prolock, who accompanied him throughout, discovered a problem through the conversations of these Allied generals. It is also an artillery piece. The Romanian generals were able to figure out a lot of problems, such as damage to the gun wheel, serious wear of the rifling, poor sealing and small gaps, etc. As for other Allied officers, this does not affect the use, and this part can be replaced. This is all the words of the small reverie and other circles. It seems that two groups of people are doing business, one is lowering the price and the other is raising the price. As everyone negotiated and walked towards the second half of the warehouse, many large one-legged cannons covered in smocks appeared in front of them. Major General Zelda pointed to one of the cannons of the same style and said, "Open the cannon jacket." As the cannon was uncovered, it turned out to be a K16. Krupp 150mm cannon. At this time, the French representative, Colonel Philance, stepped forward and said, "This is a German K16 cannon. Although it is not as good as our Schneider artillery, it is still a good suppressive long-range artillery." Major General Zelda, who knew the artillery of various countries, knew that what Colonel Philance said was the truth. The K16's range of up to 22 kilometers is indeed very surprising, but its total weight of up to 10,870 kilograms also greatly affects its transportation. After all, during this period, there were no vehicles with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons. Major General Zelda looked at the K16 artillery for a while, then continued to walk inside. At this time, a much smaller cannon appeared in front of everyone, and the bipod, which was relatively rare in this period, aroused his interest. After the people uncovered the cannon jacket, a new type of artillery appeared in front of everyone. This is the Lef-18 that was only recently equipped in Germany. It is a howitzer. As a well-known German artillery in later generations, it can be said that the Lef-18 can be regarded as a famous one, but it is not bad for Major General Solda, who belongs to this era. Currently recognized as the best 105 howitzer is the Schneider M1913 105 howitzer from France. Dissatisfied, let's compare. This German newly designed Lef-18 105 howitzer as the newest 105 howitzer. Its barrel caliber is L28 and its range is 105 meters. Its performance can be regarded as one of the best guns of this era, but only one point. The Schneider M1913 105 howitzer has a barrel caliber of L28, and its range reaches an astonishing 12,000 meters. It can be used as a main division level support weapon in World War II. In fact, many countries were using it during World War II. Of course, some people will say that the later improved version of F-18 can also reach 12 kilometers, L31 caliber, but there is also a more perverted Schneider 1930 105 howitzer in the later period, and its range reaches an astonishing 17 kilometers. Although this product weighs 3,810 kilograms, compared with the weight, no one really can match its range, which is simply abnormal. During the period from World War I to World War II, French artillery really dominated the world in small and medium, 65 to 155 millimeters, calibers. In the case of the same weight, he can achieve the longest range, and in the case of the same range, he can achieve the lightest point. Major General Zelda then looked at the situation in other warehouses. Basically, the preserved guns and artillery can continue to be used. That's right, Romania intends to buy a part of what it needs to replenish its troops. All of this is due to Edel, who came from later generations and suffered from the phobia of firepower density point. Although the firepower of Romania's main divisions is quite good at present, it is afraid of comparison in everything. Compared with the divisions of the great powers, mainly the United States, Germany and Britain, that are generally equipped with a caliber of more than 100 millimeters, most of the division level artillery in Romania is still 75 millimeter mountain and field guns, and the gap is too large. Therefore, using the war reparations to purchase the artillery that you need from Germany has also become the righteousness. Whoever defeated Germany, these weapons were compensated to the countries that participated in the war. The United States, Britain and France do not lack German artillery, and the different calibers completely increase the logistical burden. Moreover, compared with the economic collapse of other countries, Romania still has a lot of financial surplus. Romania, which uses the same weapons as Germany, came to pick up the ocean point. Therefore, after Major General Sada inspected the weapons and equipment in the German warehouse, Romania's list of these weapons was sent to the United States, Britain and France. As far as Britain and France are concerned, it is hoped that Romania will take away all these weapons from Germany and the United States, because of the need for large-scale disarmament after the war, could not use German weapons. Therefore, Romania's purchases were all agreed, and a large number of weapons and equipment were loaded and transported to Romania from various warehouses in Germany. According to statistics after the event, a total of nearly 400,000 G98 rifles, more than 5,000 G08 heavy machine guns, and more than 1,000 F-18 and K-16 cannons were shipped to Romania. Add in nearly 30,000 tons of other military materials such as gas masks, field phones, and sappers, and Romania spends around $140 million on these arms. This still means that the allied countries are selling at a bargain price. Otherwise, based on the cost alone, these arms and materials can reach $410 million. These military materials also greatly enhanced Romania's military strength and made a strong contribution to the subsequent confrontation with the Soviet Union. Chapter 422, the Ukrainian government who fled. In September, there was a scene of chaos in Kyiv, and there were crowds of people at the intersections out of the city. The Soviet-Russian Red Army is about to arrive in Kyiv. The news caused panic in Kyiv, and many people fled the city with their belongings and their families. Denikin's forces, which had previously vowed to protect Ukraine, were defeated again. Said to be defeated. In fact, it is more like a symbolic resistance. As early as the attack on Moscow, Denikin's White Guards were blocked by Soviet Russia. In the tug-of-war, he lost to his perverted organizational ability and wasted too much energy, so he retreated to Ukraine along the way. For Denikin, who almost threatened Moscow, the Soviet Union obviously did not want to let him go. So now the Soviet Union's Southern Front Army commander Yegorov and military commissar Stalin's counter-offensive battle has also hit Ukraine all the way. This is a pain for the newly established Ukrainian government. Not only was Denikin exploited by Ukraine, but Soviet Russia also planned to liberate its people, intending to let them feel the embrace of the communist warm family. It is true that Ukraine, a region with many resources such as coal and iron and rich products, is completely worthy of the Soviet Union's great efforts to win, and the title of European mill is not for nothing. British economist Jevons once described in 1865. The plains of North America and Russia are our cornfields, Chicago and Odessa are our granaries. This short sentence sums up the importance of Ukraine. Not to mention that the current Donbas coal mine has a stock of hundreds of billions of tons, and there are also a lot of iron ore in the local area. The fact that the coal and iron are not far apart is enough for the Soviet Union to establish its own heavy industry base there. During this period, steel was a symbol of national strength and a strong guarantee. This is especially important for the Soviet Union, which is currently facing enemies on all sides. So for Ukraine, Soviet Russia is determined to win. This can be seen from the configuration of its southern front army of more than 200,000 people, which attaches great importance to Ukraine. Now that the White Guards are once again defeated by the Soviet Russian army, the Ukrainian people are scrambling to escape from the place of right and wrong in Kyiv. In fact, in addition to the public, Ukrainian government officials are also involved. And as Prime Minister Morakov, of course, will not stay in this fire pit. After all, what the Bolshevik party did in Russia made him dare to stay in Kyiv. If it weren't for the White Guards watching too closely, he would have returned to his hometown of Vinnytsia. So when the White Guards retreated, Morakov finally got rid of these people. So Morakov's house was busy, and the Prime Minister, dressed in civilian clothes, was directing his servants to prepare to flee. I don't want these anymore. I won't take them away. When Morakov saw that his wife was about to load some daily necessities into the car, quickly stopped them. These are all taken away by the lady. I said no. I'll go tell her. In the face of the servant's explanation, Morakov burst into flames. Why haven't you come down yet? There's more time. Morakov took out his pocket watch to check the time, and anxiously walked into the room. When pulling a maid and asking his wife, the maid said that the lady is still sorting personal items in her room. Why haven't you packed up yet? Morakov pushed open the bedroom door and asked anxiously. As a result, his wife's nose was crooked. As soon as she opened her up, his wife was wearing expensive clothes and makeup, as if she was going on an outing. Didn't I ask you to change your clothes? Why are you still dressed so grandly? Why don't you wear the civilian clothes I gave you, Mrs. Morakov pointed to the clothes that were still in the corner and said resentfully, how can I see people wearing these clothes? A simple set of poor clothes was still in the corner, silently telling his misfortune. What time is this? And still care so much about it? We are escaping, not going on an outing. Morakov, who was a little blown away by his wife's angry head, didn't know what to say at all. Forget it. It's almost time. Go down and prepare to leave. Saying that, Morakov pulled his wife and prepared to go downstairs. Wait until I have my jewelry box. I'll let the maid bring it down for you. The wife, who was interrupted by Morakov's dressing and forcibly pulled downstairs, took the child into the car, holding the jewelry box that was brought downstairs by the maid tightly in her hand. You go first. I've asked Morris to meet you along the way. Master, okay. Let's go. After sending off his family, Morakov saw a servant who ran back and asked, how are the preparations from Jekyll, Master Jekyll? He has sent his family away. He said that he will be waiting for you in Shilayavka in the west of the city. I didn't expect Jekyll to move so fast. After Morakov sighed to himself, he said loudly to the servants, okay, we are going to go to Shilayavka. Then we'll go out of the city. After he finished speaking, he also got into a T-car and drove towards Shilayavka with the servant driving. Behind him, several trucks drove along with servants and guards, leaving behind a lonely Prime Minister's office. At this time, many daring people were looking around, and it seemed that they had great interest in this Prime Minister's office. The mighty convoy along the way attracted the interest of many people, some who wanted to rob or hitch a ride, but these people were all driven away by fully armed servants and guards. After rushing all the way, they finally arrived at Shilayavka, and Nicole's motorcade was already waiting here. There were two bodies lying on the ground beside the convoy, and it was obvious That someone had a bad idea. Your excellency. You are finally here. After seeing Morakov, Jekyll finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on here? Morakov pointed to the corpse next to him and asked. Jekyll shrugged and replied nonchalantly, the city is in chaos now, and people who don't have long eyes have hit me with an idea, so this is a warning. Soviet Russia is here. No one cares about the city. All these mobs and hooligans have come out. It's all to blame for these red element. Morakov clearly agreed with Jekyll's words. Just then, a commotion came from a distance. Someone can still be heard saying loudly, the Soviet Russian army has entered the city. Morakov felt the urgency of the situation and immediately said, let's go now. The two teams immediately merged into one and accelerated to the outside of the city. Behind them was the Soviet Russian Cossack cavalry division that had just rushed into the city. However, their main target at present is the White Guards retreating to Denikin on the Crimean Peninsula. So for the fleeing Ukrainian government personnel, this is a great fortune in misfortune. And what happened in Ukraine? Edel saw it all. However, the territory that Romania has seized this time is too large to digest. So for this great opportunity, we can only sigh. It's not that I don't want to take it, I just can't take it if I'm not strong enough. Equals. Chapter 423, The Merger of Luau. 1. There is nothing Edel can do to stop what is happening in Ukraine. However, for Western Ukraine, which is still occupied by Romania, he may not give up at all. At this time, a piece of information was sent to him. You mean the main heads of the Ukrainian government have all fled to Western Ukraine? The intelligence chief Milik, who was being questioned, answered Edel's question. Yes, Your Majesty. The information we have learned so far. At present, President Kulbachev of Ukraine has gone to Odessa, while Prime Minister Morakov has returned to his hometown of Vinnytsia, and Parliament Speaker Macron has in Lviv. While listening to Milik's narration, Edel quickly came up with its position in his mind. These three people are really interesting, each occupying three important cities in Western Ukraine. Needless to say, Odessa, as the largest port city in the Black Sea region, need not say much about its importance. Vinnytsia is the food processing center of the region. Its sugar beet industry has always been very famous, and the region is relatively wealthy. Lviv, on the other hand, is on the main road, and business is very prosperous. However, the majority of Poles in the region is not a suitable place to exert the influence of the Ukrainian government. Why did Mikhail go to Lviv? Milik heard Edel's doubts, so he explained, Your Majesty, we didn't know it before, but later we learned that his grandmother was Polish, and an aunt married a small nobleman in Lviv, and her a little bit of local influence. This explains it now, and it seems that it intends to use these resources for its own benefit. Edel looked at the information and asked, have you ever been in contact with them? Not yet. We only know their whereabouts, and we don't know what His Majesty means. So we don't dare to approach the door Ashley, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings in the future. Edel stood up and thought about it and said, then you send someone to contact us. I believe they should be mentally prepared for our visit. Milik responded immediately to Edel's request. Okay, Your Majesty. Afraid that Milik might not understand, Edel continued, this visit is mainly to test their attitude and views on Romania. As ordered. After Edel sent Milik away, he came to a map of Romania hanging there. This picture is different from the current market. In addition to assigning the newly acquired territory to Romania, the currently occupied Western Ukraine is also covered in a conspicuous blue, making the difference immediately noticeable. Edel stood in front of the map, looked at it for a long time, and said to himself, it seems that it can't be delayed. In the future, many things need the cooperation of the government. So the Prime Minister must know it first. After Edel made up his mind, he called a guard. Invite the Prime Minister. I have something to discuss with him. Yes, Your Majesty. About an hour later, the dusty Prime Minister Bricianu arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, the guard said you have something to ask me. Edel nodded and replied, yes, Your Excellency the Prime Minister. After answering a sentence, Edel asked him, what do you think about the Soviet occupation of Kiev? How do I see it? Of course I pull up a chair and sit aside and watch. Because Prime Minister Bricianu, who was very busy with various things such as the appeasement of the newly occupied territories, has not paid much attention to the occupation of Kiev by the Soviet Union. After complaining about his own king in his heart, Prime Minister Bricianu sorted out the language and planned to repeat the few words he had read before. Wait. Soviet Russia occupies the capital of Ukraine. Romania occupies the territory of Ukraine. For a moment, the old-fashioned prime minister grasped the crux of the problem, and most of the king himself was looking at the western Ukraine territory currently occupied by Romania. The prime minister, who already had a mind in his heart, immediately held back his plan to fool the past with nonsense. Immediately in his mind, he wondered, how good would it be for the kingdom to annex western Ukraine? Of course, the benefits are great. Western Ukraine is rich in land and products, which is very conducive to farming. And there are a lot of minerals, including coal, iron, manganese, nickel, titanium, mercury, graphite and other mineral resources. Although it is not comparable to the East Uzbekistan region, it is more than comparable to Romania. Moreover, the population of the area is also quite large. After a survey in Romania, there are currently 40,000 people of all ethnic groups. However, its main ethnic group is Ukrainian, accounting for 71% of the total population, while the second largest ethnic group, the Polish ethnic group, accounts for 17% of the total population, mainly concentrated in several surrounding areas such as Lviv. Other ethnic groups such as Russians, Czechs, Romanians, Hungarians, Gypsies, and Jews account for only 12% of the population. In addition, the western Ukraine currently occupied by Romania has 160,000 square kilometers of land. Basically, about half of the plain terrain is black land, which is completely suitable for development. No country wants to own such high quality land. The only downside is that no matter who wins a civil war in Russia, there will be some territorial conflict with Romania in the future, which is likely to lead to war between the two countries. His Excellency the Prime Minister felt a little chilly at the thought of Russia's huge size. In any way, Romania and Russia are somewhat disparate. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Bricianu's eager heart at first slowly cooled down. Edel looked at the Prime Minister's hesitant expression and had already guessed his thoughts in his heart. My Prime Minister, is he worried about the future Russian government? In the face of the king's inquiry, Bricianu told the truth. Yes, Your Majesty. I'm a little worried about the future Russian government. After all, Western Ukraine has never been our country's territory, and there are not enough Romanian people living in this region. The basis for it. From a legal point of view, we seem to lack a basis. After hearing the Prime Minister's explanation, the loved one smiled and pointed out his state of mind. I don't think you lack evidence, and you have some concerns about Russia. Edel's words did not dispel the Prime Minister's concerns. Instead, he opened up and said, yes, Your Majesty. Don't look at the tragic civil war in Russia. However, the country has a large population and a huge territory and rich resources. As long as its government is not bad in the future, we will be under a lot of pressure. Look at who in history has conquered Russia. Not one. Napoleon, who was invincible all over Europe, fell into trouble in Russia. Britain and France made great efforts in the Crimean War to cut off Russia's claws to Istanbul, and they failed to take much advantage from the Russian town. And the Russo-Japanese War, it was in the Far East, and Russia would have been half-lived if it was not transported. Even so, it just dispelled the idea of obtaining an ice-free port in the Far East. In a future war with Russia, he did not think that Britain and France would help Romania against its huge army. So the Prime Minister's concerns are very reasonable. The Prime Minister's concerns were actually correct, but Edel couldn't explain the importance of Ukraine to Romania. This is an important part of Romania becoming a future power in the world. Without Ukraine, Romania would not have a place in the seat of the future powers. This is a world power in later generations, and the population and territory are getting bigger and bigger. This is also the reason why the European Union appeared in later generations, and its European countries felt powerless and were forced to huddle together for warmth. Otherwise, according to the current territory and population of Europe, except for Russia, the existence of other countries is getting lower and lower. Even the African military police, France, only dares to be intimidated in front of Uncle Black. Let him change places, and his set will not work immediately. So thinking of this, the Edel people felt that the time was not for me, and he insisted, Western Ukraine is too important to Romania, and we cannot pass up this good opportunity. But what about Russia in the future? To the Prime Minister's question, Edel answered firmly, Russia will be strong in the future. Why don't we develop it? Whether we can maintain territorial security in the future depends on strength. If there is no strength, East Moldavia will be spit out. Edel thought for a while and continued, you can use it as a buffer for East Moldavia in the future. I have decided that we must win Western Ukraine. Historically, Romania did not keep East Moldavia. A word has no strength, even if there is reason and law, it is of no use. After all, this world relies on fists to reason. Equals. Chapter 424, The Merger of Luau, Part 2. After Milok received Edel's order, he was going to visit the Ukrainian government giants in 3 branches in person. This is to obtain the most real first-hand information. Milok seems to be the most real only what he has seen and heard. His preferred target was Prime Minister Morakov in Vinnytsia. In Milok's view, whether it is President Karlbachev in Odessa, or Mikhail, the Speaker of Parliament in Lviv. After the Soviet Russia occupied Kyiv, the power of both fell rapidly. The main force is Morakov in Western Ukraine, but it has jumped up to become the largest force in the current Ukrainian government. Of course, this is under the circumstance that Romania does not move them. If they want to move, Morakov will be unable to escape. For Milok, this is more able to see the psychological state of the upper class in West-Ulan. From Morakov he could still guess a thing or two about His Majesty's thoughts. But don't forget that he is the Director of Intelligence. No matter what the trouble is, he can always feel it faster than others. So on the morning of the 3rd day, Milok appeared in front of Morakov, who had just returned home, but the meeting scene was a little subtle. In the Morakov country manner, the servants looked in horror at the Romanian guests in dark suits and top hats, because outside, there was a platoon of Romanian soldiers waiting outside, fully armed, looking like they were coming to arrest someone. Hello, Prime Minister Morakov. My name is Milok, and I'm from Romania. Milok's introduction made Morakov's expression a little unnatural, because he knew who Milok was. As the well-known Romanian intelligence chief, as the prime minister of a country, it is impossible for him not to know. Hello, Mr. Milok. Don't know if there is anything I can help you with. Morakov was completely psychologically prepared for Romania to find him, but he did not expect that it would be Milok, the intelligence chief. However, he was also a little curious about Milok's visit. Nothing, just passing by here. Some want to see the famous Prime Minister Morakov. By the way, you are also the Prime Minister of the Ukrainian government, right? Milok had a passing expression, and Morakov had a toothache when he saw it. I believe you are Ghost. Have you ever passed by someone as aggressive as you? Seeing Morakov's expression of disbelief, Milok did not show any embarrassment. In fact, these menacing soldiers were sent by the local garrison to ensure his safety when they heard that he was coming to Morakov, who makes the current relationship between Romanian and Ukrainian people not particularly good. Speaking of which, Edel is also responsible. In order to hide the annexation of Western Ukraine, he did not inform the military. So, can non-domestic territories still be as disciplined as domestic ones? Basically, they don't give money for food, or give less money, and then they buy and sell by force, all of which are cheap. In this case, the Ukrainian people are looking for the police, which is useless. They are looking for the local garrison, and they are also protecting the short term. Too much trouble and 2 days of confinement, and it is strange that the relationship is harmonious. In fact, this is not the case of the Romanian family. It is basically the same in all European countries now. Among them, the beacon of civilization is even more excessive, and it can be seen that condoms are considered military substances. Therefore, no one wants to talk about anyone. They are all black as crows. Mr. Morakov, what do you think of the current situation in Ukraine? Milok quickly turned to the subject. These Russians completely disregard Ukraine's sovereignty, which is an insult to our people. We have to ask Britain, France and other countries for help. There was no Milok reaction to Morakov's words. It is estimated that, if they are not present, Romania may need to be added. Mr. Morakov, I heard that the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic has moved to Kyiv for office, and also announced that it will liberate the whole of Ukraine. Milik said the latest information, and watched Morakov's reaction. What Milik said made Morakov angrily said, these puppets of Soviet Russia, they have completely betrayed Ukraine, and the people will not let them go. Morakov's reaction was not what Milik expected, and he would not be merciful. So he pointed out bluntly, but they have the protection of Soviet Russia, so what do you have? The people don't have enough power to drive them away. You must know that there are currently more than 300,000 Soviet and Russian troops in Ukraine. It is indeed this. After Morakov replied, or thought flashed through his mind, he quickly said, I believe that the civilized world will not be indifferent. If Ukraine is occupied by Soviet Russia, then your country will also face the threat of red. If Romania can help us retake Ukraine, we are willing to pay any price for Romania's help. Milik's words caused Morakov to have some misunderstandings. He thought that Romania wanted to compete with Soviet Russia for the entire Ukraine. But then Milik's words completely dispelled his thoughts. Sorry, we don't have enough capacity to drive Soviet Russia out of Ukraine. We just fought a war with the Allies, and we currently lack enough weapons and funds to continue the war. Milik's words made Morakov a little emotional, but the subsequent words of the Romanian intelligence chief made him feel that there was a chance of life. This is this thread of life that contains deep malice. However, we are not afraid of the Soviet Russian army. We have even fought against Germany and Austria-Hungary. How can we talk about these Soviet Russian troops armed with simple weapons? It's just that our people have not seen the world, and they are not clear enough about the harm to Soviet Russia. Only when defending their homeland do they burst out with zeal. After listening to Milik's words, Morakov said with a cold expression, Your Excellency means that Ukraine can only rely on itself. As the Prime Minister of Ukraine, who wants to turn Ukraine into someone else's land, you can join it and even get a high official salary, but Ukraine is not so degenerate. Although Milik is making random wishes, based on his own guesses, although I don't want to deny it, it's the truth. Maybe you can go to Britain and France for help. But if you want them to send troops to protect Ukraine, I'm sorry, the current price is something Ukraine can't pay at all. Morakov said coldly, and Milik answered ruthlessly. Then Your Excellency came here this time to see how the Ukrainian Prime Minister has fallen to that level. Morakov's words scared everyone else's hands and feet. The people who followed Milik in looked at him vigilantly. But these words were useless to Milik. He stood up and took the top hat from his entourage before replying, I don't think so. Mainly because I heard that Mr. Morakov is the most pragmatic person in Ukraine. Otherwise he wouldn't. He will hold the post of Prime Minister. But at present, this rumor seems a little unbelievable. I don't believe you can't see clearly the current predicament of the People's Republic. This is the best way and the most feasible way. After speaking, Milik put on his top hat and walked out, while Morakov looked helpless. The Romanian intelligence chief was right, but who wants to be part of a neighboring country until the last minute? By the way, I have another news to tell you. Milik, who was at the door, stopped, turned and said, I heard that the Soviet government in Ukraine has ordered the implementation of the surplus grain collection system. I believe you must have heard of this system. I wish Ukraine good luck. After speaking, Milik left with the people. Of course, Morakov, the surplus grain collection system, has heard of this system, which triggered the revolt of the peasants in Soviet Russia. As the Prime Minister of the neighboring country of Soviet Russia, did he still know about it? This is a system in which all kinds of agricultural products, except rations and seeds, must be handed over and paid by the government in a certain currency. However, money is completely useless in Soviet Russia, and basically everything is rationed. In fact, it is no different from free expropriation. No one is stupid, and of course the Russian peasants quit. However, the grain expropriation teams were all equipped with weapons, and many of them also had heavy firepower such as machine guns, the origin of the machine gun grain expropriation teams, so the Russian peasants could not do anything except watch the grains being expropriated. And basically the rations are not enough. Even Morakov has heard the news of the famine in Russia. Unexpectedly, Ukraine will also encounter such a situation. The Soviet Union did not spare its own peasants. So Ukraine, as a puppet, was not even more miserable. Thinking of this, Murakov felt that he might need to do something. So after Milik left, he went back to the study and called 2 servants. After whispering to them, he gave them 2 letters. It was requested to be sent to Odessa and Varliv, where President Gorbachev and Parliament Speaker Mikhail were located. The 2 servants who left in a hurry were completely seen by those arranged by Milik. So he knew the news after a while. It seems that Murakov is not stupid. After Milik muttered to himself, he instructed the people around him. We are going to Lviv now. Equals. Chapter 425, The Merger of Luau, Part 2. Milik then continued to visit Ukraine's President Gorbachev and Parliament Speaker Mikhail. It is clear that in the place of Gorbachev and Mikhail, Milik clearly felt the change of the two. Especially when visiting Gorbachev, the Ukrainian president even vaguely asked about the treatment of Romanian officials. This is something that has never happened before. To this end, Milik explained Romania's political structure in detail to him, and then mentioned Romania's title slightly. This Gorbachev, who knew the elegance by listening to the dazzling sound, even expressed his desire to visit His Majesty King Edel in the future. So, after returning to Bucharest, Milik reported what he learned about the 3 people to Edel. Truthfully, Edel heard that Milik, relying on his own speculation, launched psychological warfare against the 3 without authorization to help Romania annex Western Ukraine, but he was not very angry. Mainly the Prime Minister already knew about it, and it should be communicated to the ministerial level. In addition, he had just informed Ploiesti of this plan. The military, represented by the Chief of Staff, of course, fully supported the expansion of the territory, so Milik chose the right time. It's too early to spark Edel's anger, and too late to be useless. On the contrary, he admired Milik's self-assertion. He was bold, careful, and eclectic, and he was really good at intelligence work. In fact, when Milik visited the Ukrainian Big Three, the wind of domestic public opinion changed, and news about Ukraine gradually increased in newspapers and radio. There are even historical experts who have come out, talking about the historical origins of Romanians and Ukrainians, and they are basically positive descriptions. And Murakov and the other 3 contacted more frequently after Milik left. The heart has turned to Gorbachev in Romania, and even proposed that the 3 meet to discuss a proposal of Romania to protect the Ukrainians. As for Gorbachev's proposal, Mikhail chose to acquiesce, feeling a little unwilling to have Murakov. It's just that with the news from the Soviet government in Ukraine, Murakov has no choice. The Ukrainian Soviet government ordered the confiscation of all factories and implemented the same system as in Soviet Russia. At present, it seems that the Soviet government in Kiev is completely the local government of Soviet Russia. With the exception of the Crimean Peninsula, which is protected by the Allies, and the Western Ukraine, which is protected by Romania, all Ukrainian territory has fallen into its hands. The intervention of Britain, France and other countries against the Soviet Union is also not strong enough, or it is a failure. On the Eastern Front, Soviet Russia has completely occupied the Ural Mountains, and Kolchak has faced defeat. On the Western Front, Yudenich's army was also repulsed. On the Southern Front, Soviet Russia has occupied the strategic point of Tsaritsyn, and Denikin's army will face the threat of being divided into 2 parts. The British and French troops were completely at the rear, and had no intention of going to the front to fight. This completely dispelled Murakov's last thought, so in the end he agreed to the request to meet. In order to facilitate the meeting of the 3, and to give face to the local snake Murakov, the 3 finally met at Murakov's home in Vinitsa. As the main push for the meeting of the 3, Gorbachev proposed from the beginning that Romania protects the Ukrainians, which is for the interests of the Ukrainians, and pointed out that, if this is not done, when the Romanian army returns to the country, the 3 will have no choice but to flee Ukraine. For President Gorbachev's remarks, Parliament Speaker Mikhail did not speak. There is only one sentence under the pressure: I will listen to you. Full Wargrass style. The Prime Minister Murakov believes that the merger with Romania is the last option. As long as there is a silver lining, other better options should be considered. In the face of Murakov's stubbornness, Gorbachev asked him if he had a better plan, which made Murakov speechless. Gorbachev also said unceremoniously, the situation is now obvious. If we don't agree, in case Romania leaves them and merges the Western Ukraine, It would be a disaster for the trio and the followers who followed them out of Kiev. This sentence moved Murakov. Yeah, I don't agree with life and death when I'm still worthwhile. If there is no value, then they can let themselves go to obstruct Romania. Not for yourself, but also for your family and followers. They all put their lives on themselves, and they cannot let their families be destroyed in the future. After thinking about it, Murakov began to ask himself and others' interests. Seeing that the most stubborn Murakov also agreed, Kulbachev, who had already made a connection with Romania, immediately talked about the conditions given. All three will receive ministerial level positions in the Romanian government, and all three will also receive titles of nobility not lower than viscounts. In addition, in order to take care of the most followers of the three, Romania who is willing to be an official will give the corresponding position. Of course, you need to study for half a year and get familiar with Romanian political style before you can get it. For those who are unwilling to become officials, Romania will give certain financial compensation. In addition to promoting the merger of the Ukrainian government and Romania, they also use their influence to make the people accept their rule. When Gorbachev said this, his eyes were fixed on Murakov. Because of this requirement, Murakov must agree among the three who made him the most influential in Western Ukraine, and the basic plate of the two is in the hands of the Soviet government in Kiev. Faced with this request made by Gorbachev, Murakov agreed after thinking about it. In his opinion, since agreeing to the merger, it would be unwise not to obstruct other matters, which would not only make the Soviet government see itself as an enemy, but also offend the Romanians. So after the three negotiated, they immediately searched for the fleeing MP. Because if there is no parliament that represents the people in name, this cannot be considered a merger of Ukraine and Romania. After all, public opinion is still needed, even if it is disguised. They were lucky. In just 1 month, a total of 218 MPs were identified by them, 2 in total. Of course, the fact that so many members were found was also due to the fact that they were basically the wealthy class, and they had the status and financial resources to allow them to know the danger in advance and escape. Now that it is easy to find someone, the Romanian side specially sent vehicles to pick up these MPs who had fled to various places, and in Romania, it has also stepped up publicity efforts now in newspapers and radio. Ukrainians and Romanians are brothers. Before ancient Rome, the two ethnic groups were still unified large ethnic groups. It was only during the Roman Empire that the Romanians were ruled by the Romans and gradually split into 2 ethnic groups. This is really difficult for those historians. In order to prove this matter, it has been dug out from the waste paper piles in the corner that they do not know. It seems to be confirmed. So on November 15th, 1919, in a specially vacated hall in Vinnitsa, 213 members of parliament, 3 of them could not return abroad, cast a sacred vote here, announcing Ukraine's request to merge with Romania with a large score of 197 votes, and in Bucharest, Romania's parliament voted overwhelmingly in favor of merger with Ukraine. In just 2 months, Ukraine and Romania became one family. European countries have sent congratulatory messages on this matter, claiming that this is a democratic vote, and at the same time acknowledging that the 2 countries are now one family. To this end, the British and French ambassadors also approached Edel, suggesting that they are willing to see Romania recapture the entire territory of Ukraine, and even willing to provide enough arms for this purpose. It has long been understood that Britain and France are pushing Romania to join the Russian Civil War, and Edel will not be fooled by this. Millions of Soviet Russian troops let Romania resist. Don't even think about it. And the Soviet Union made remarks, which is a shameless violation of Ukraine by the new imperialist Romania, upgraded from lackey status. Soviet Russia will fight against Romania along with the Ukrainian Soviet until it withdraws from the territory of Ukraine. In addition to Soviet Russia and the Allied powers, there is another country that has its own thoughts on the merger of Ukraine and Romania, and this is Poland. Piłsudski, who had always dreamed of establishing Greater Poland, saw Romania merge with Ukraine, and Poland felt that it needed to catch up. So a secret order went from Huasha to the border. Poles are also tempted. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.